Luck be a lady tonight. Do-do, 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 do-do. Uh, 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 uh. Bum, 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 ba-dum. Luck be a lady with me. Good evening. Wow, everything's kind of like, everything's a little bit wobbly today. Let's fix that. Okay, there we go. That should be better. Hello. Salutations. Good evening. How is everyone feeling tonight? Dude, before people get too crazy in here, anybody that's like an early adopter played this this RoboCop Rogue City game? Dude, the game is actually hella fun. It's not like particularly hard or good, like mechanically speaking, but it's hella fun. Looking for a job and it sucks. Hope you are well. Yeah, but I'm sorry. I know job hunting sucks, but you'll find one eventually, right? Right? Heat is out of control, you're right. It feels nice here tonight, but that's because the heat dome is cracked a little bit here, at least for this week. I was just watching Paul's quotable quandaries when Scotty's tummy started hurting. Oh yeah, that's right. He got sick in the middle of that. It's roasty, toasty weather. It's a hot one out there, folks. And it's only getting hotter. Yeah, it's pretty fucked, man. What are you gonna do? My skin is at a nice crackle. Yeah, I've definitely got a tan now. I've got like the full-on farmer's tan now. I guess I've been sitting in the sun enough and being in the sun enough this year to get some color on my skin. Also, my vitamin D was good with no supplements in my last blood report. You know what that means? Getting sunlight. Nobody super chats here, buddy. I don't turn on monetization here. I want this to be free and fun for everybody because that's what it is for me. Like, it's cool that you want to support, and I appreciate the sentiment. If you really want to support, you can go check out my other stuff. I do Deep Fat Fried here on YouTube. You can search that up and join our Patreon or send us a super chat when we're live on the main podcast. But I just do this side thing. This is like not even a hustle for me. I actually like enjoy this in some sick way. This is fun to me, so you know, I do this for whatever. What am I gonna do? Keep farming and try and convince people to vote better, so maybe we can get some public transit, maybe, yeah. What else can you do? I ride a bike to work here in Cali, and I can say safely my farmer's tan is insane. Yeah, mine's not insane, but it's hella noticeable. I saw myself in the mirror like last night before I hopped in the shower. I usually try and not look at that because I hate how like fat and bulgy I am. But I'm less fat and bulgy now, I guess. Slightly at the very least, right? And I was looking and my fucking like forearms up to the sleeve part are just like kind of brown. The rest of me is like bing. What are the primary changes you think need to stop or at least deal with climate change? In my mind, it's public transportation, switching away from fossil fuels, eating locally. I mean, I hate to fucking like throw the baby out with the bathwater when it comes to this, but I think it's just capitalism has to be addressed. Like if we leave, like if we start this new legislation, we put these new restrictions, and we leave loopholes or time limits on them, then people are just gonna fucking do everything again. Like there has to be a sea change in the way human beings think, and I think that all the things you listed are important parts of that, right? But I think that capitalism itself has to be dismantled in order to get to any of that stuff that you talked about. I'm a naturally pasty dude, so the farmer stand's way too... Yeah, I'm pretty pasty too. Living in Appalachia was the worst access to public transportation. I imagine so, yeah. You are more positive than I am. I think we're already cooked. It's just managing the decline. Well, I mean, don't overestimate my positivity, okay? I think you're probably right. But in managing the decline, we can make good decisions and bad decisions, right? We can do it well or we can do it poorly. And, you know, I think all the shit that Phoebes mentioned are good points. Just not my, it wouldn't be my first point. Paul, what is up, my dude? Love the streams and I love the Destiny combo. Cool, yeah. It sucks. I mean, Destiny's, like, I thought maybe he was getting DDoSed or something, or maybe he just got frustrated and left, but it didn't seem like it. We were right in the middle of talking about something. He just disappeared, like, out of the Discord call. And I went over to his stream was down. I guess his computer has been glitching or whatever since this morning when he ran an update. Computer's been blue screening on him, and dude, it was actually kind of wild. I mentioned it to Amelia. This is gonna sound kind of clout sharky, but I just think it's fucking kind of cool. I was like, dude, a guy I was just talking to 20 minutes ago is talking to Elon Musk right now. I was like, dude, my 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon just is wild now, isn't it? It's just weird. I usually don't think of things from that angle, but that's what ended up happening today. No, that was real Elon Musk. He was in a Twitter space with Elon Musk and some other fucking conservative talking head guy. It was not Elon? It wasn't? Bro, that was Elon. Like, I don't know who's saying it wasn't Elon Musk. He sat and had like a 4-hour conversation with Elon Musk. Like, if you think Destiny's retarded enough to sit there and have a conversation with a guy that isn't the guy? Hey, Paul, I found a channel that has all your old vids archived, and I love listening to your old stories. Cool. Yeah, there's like a one called, I think it's called Paul's Ego Archive or something, or Paul's Ego Tells Stories. I'm pretty sure that was a Twitter space that Elon was running on X or Twitter or whatever the fuck. Oh, so did it turn out to be a fake Elon the whole time? Because I didn't hear anything about that. Like, so he wasted his time talking to a fake Elon Musk? Is that the narrative you're spinning in here? Because I didn't see any evidence of that. Oh, Destiny's Twitter space and it was a YouTuber? What? Destiny had to get invited to speak. How was it his space? I know how Twitter spaces work. I think we're gonna have to ban these like conspiracy theorists, because I've now asked for any proof that he wasn't actually talking to Elon Musk, and they just keep throwing out like weird shit. So I think they're just trolling. Hey Paul, good to be back in one of these chats again and see you again. Definitely the most fun smoke sesh is a Paul stream. Yeah. Did you watch? Yeah, the Sean, what's his name? I can't remember his name, but yeah, the guy from the Teamsters gave a great speech at the RNC, which, you know, like kind of speaks to the idea that like unionization is apolitical. Like, I feel like it's great that like right-wing audiences got a taste of that. You know what I mean? That's good. I wouldn't repeat about what you heard through the grapevine unless you've got proof. Like, that's usually a good way to get yourself banned for being like a conspiracy nut. Why don't you go, like, spend some time confirming what you said and come and show me some evidence, or shut up. It's amazing how far gone the left is now. Everybody's far gone. The left and the right are so far gone, it's unbelievable to me. There's not an ounce of reasonability left in either of them. So, you know, I'm going to continue to be a big advocate for decoupling ourselves from this cyclical fucking bullshit of supporting these political parties. And I'm going to dedicate myself to talking about labor. And I'm setting aside other politics. Like, I'll talk other politics after we've talked labor. I'm taking a little page out of Destiny's book. Planned any of that DC trip? I'm kind of like trying to hinge it around any meetup, but we have been fucking dragging ass on this meetup thing. I told the guys the last time we met, I was like, we gotta nail down a date and a venue for that if we're gonna do it this year, because otherwise we may as well just fucking push it. And they both agreed, but we still haven't decided on a venue or a date or an area. Really, I mean, we want to do East Coast, but outside of those parameters, I don't know anything yet, and I want to kind of try and make those coincide. So if I'm traveling all the way back east, there's 3 things that I want to try and do, right? I want to go visit Amelia's family. That's primary, right? I want to go do the DC thing, and then I want to get tatted in Pittsburgh. Like, I want to try and make all of these things happen over the course of 1-2 week visit to the area, right? So I'm hoping to go down there, do a meetup in New York, see Amelia's family, then head to DC, do my DC thing, and then possibly finish with a week of tattooing or something. I don't know how long it'll end up taking what I want done, but there's a tattoo artist in Pittsburgh that I really like. He comes in here a lot, Zach. I really like his tattoo work and shit, and so I want to try, but I can't do that until that key linchpin piece is planned. You know, like, if I don't want to have to go back east twice this year. I don't like flying. New York, yeah, possibly, or Jersey, you know, somewhere in striking distance of the city, I think is what we're going for. We have yet to do a major East Coast meetup since we've been deep fat fried, and then the closest we came as drunken peasants was like Ohio. Like, I'd like to hit the actual fucking coast. What are you thinking of getting? I don't know. Well, I guess I'll talk about it after I get it. I don't want to like talk too much about it. I'll talk a little bit. On my right hand, so if you watch David Lynch's Dune, at the very beginning, there's a sequence where Princess Irulan goes through the different principal planets. There's Arrakis, there is Caladan, there's Giedi Prime, and there is... what is the Emperor's planet? Either way, I've always loved those planets, so I want to get them on this arm. I want to get Arrakis here, and then have it go down my arm here as a piece. So that's one of the things I want to get done. Being in the PNW kind of sucks for meetups, because I almost made that Vegas meetup, but had so much going on. Dope y'all do a meetup in Portland in a couple of years. Maybe, yeah. I mean, I might be way closer, so, you know, I might end up doing a meetup. Yeah, I've heard hand tattoos are pretty tough, but I think I can make it happen. Dumb question, but how good is Dune as a read? The first Dune book is really good as a read, yeah. The subsequent books are really kind of like only if you're a big fan, and then God Emperor. So you could actually just read Dune and then read God Emperor, and it'll fill in the blanks. You can skip like Messiah, Children of Dune. I think you can skip those books. Heretics of Dune. I want to get my 30-year-old face tattooed on my face. I don't think it works that way, buddy. So it'll be 30 forever. I don't think that works. I like the books. I like all of the Dune books leading up to God Emperor. After that, they get real spotty for me. But I also like realize that a lot of people aren't going to stick with them. There's a lot of bullshit in the in Messiah and Children. How old are you? I'm 44. 44 years old. Ancient. Ancient. I have started to read the Tao. Yeah, I have not read it all the way through yet, though. I have read the first Hyperion novel. Not my favorite. It's a little bit dense for me. It's a little bit... I really like the interlude where the priest discovers the, like, inbred, like, people that were like the descendants of like the people that crashed on Hyperion or whatever. That whole storyline is really compelling, but the rest of the book just doesn't kind of hold up to it. You're the same age as my oldest daughter. Cool. Usually I'm the eldest around here, so it's nice to be able to like look to somebody else to handle things. You're the adult in the room tonight, okay? That means I can be crazy. You're old enough to be my father or mother, depending. Yeah, usually I'm the senior in here. A lot of 20-somethings. Favorite sci-fi concept? The dark jungle. Yeah, I love the dark jungle theory. This idea that the reason we haven't heard from other aliens is that there's some kind of super advanced predatory species that waits for civilizations to reach a certain point of density in biomass and then comes and harvests them. You're a middle-aged man, Paul. I'm beyond middle-aged, I think, for my age. There's a good chance I kick right around 70. You know, that's like allotting for like medical advancements, I guess. There might be something else that comes along. I'm 25 and my dad is 68. Yeah, that happens sometimes, man. Sometimes parents have fucking kids hella late, especially dads. Obviously, there's like a biological clock with women that some women very rarely can like step outside of. But men, you know, pretty much always stay potent.
De Niro, didn't he become a dad recently?
Mm-hmm. De Niro's in his 70s. He's a father. Dude, that comedian Theo Von, his dad had him when he was like 72 or something. I remember him talking about that. I'm 27 and my father-in-law is 68. It's so fucking weird. Yeah. You familiar with Alan Watts? Yes. And I'm also familiar that I look like him. Like, I look like fat Alan Watts. I get it. It's not really what I'm shooting for, but it definitely is one that I get a lot. Fat Alan Watts. There are worse things. There are worse things to be. Good day from Australia, mate. Hello, Australia. I have 2 daughters, 7 grandkids, two great grandkids. Damn. Well, I bow down to you and your fucking superior age, okay? You need to help us all. Tell us all what we should be doing right now. Because all these young people, they come to me and they want me to tell them what they should be doing, and I fucking don't know. So, please, guide us all. You're the elder in the room. Like I said, you're the grown-up tonight, okay? What are we supposed to be doing with our lives? How do we fix this bullshit? What do we do, man? Give us the wisdom. I want to hear it. We need it. We're desperate. We're clinging to hope. We're holding on by a thread, man. Our sanity is like a thread. It's fraying. Yeah, I don't really know the answers to this, and I don't expect you to either. Learn permaculture farming techniques. That could help. I don't think it's going to save anybody. We all got to take a nap for 4 years. Yeah, I wish, man. I wish we could hibernate.
I feel like the world would be better if everyone got a little bit more sleep.
Oh, man, but I would see, we would have to selectively put people down for a nappy pie. Because, like, not everybody needs a 4-year nap. But I feel like this time when everything's all fucking fired up, I feel like there ought to be, like, a selection process of certain people being a certain level of unhinged. They get in, they go cryostasis. You need to chill out, okay? And we'll wake you up in 4 years when the world hasn't ended yet, and you can see if you can fucking do a little better. Selective sleeping, yeah.
No, I just meant naps in general. I feel like a lot of people are sleepy and it's making them grumpy.
Yeah. At least we could have a Spanish work day with siesta. I mean, yeah, I'd be down with a siesta. I think siestas are awesome, man. You know, you really do sometimes. You feel better after just an hour of sleep. You get a little shut-eye, you wake up, you ready to hit the rest of the day. There's nothing wrong with that. Throw in a siesta. New here, it's nice to meet you. Cool, it's nice to meet you too, buddy. Yeah, I've noticed that, like, I can pump my numbers up to, like, 400 if I get real angry and talk about Joe Biden.
Yeah.
But other than that, it hovers around 150 or something like that, you know? I don't blame people. Some people are, like, looking for that. I think people are really looking for that angst. Do you think it's because they need to see it in other people to justify their own angst? Or do you think it's because it's cathartic to hear someone else give the angsty position? Or do you think it's because they're, like, addicted to the angst?
I feel like it's probably the third.
You think they're, like, addicted to the angst? Like it's a reality show kind of thing for them?
Kinda.
Damn. That's the worst one.
I don't know.
Either of those other two could be okay, but that third one is, if you really think that, that's the bleakest one.
Oh, it's bleak, man.
You're right. You're right. Leave it to Amelia to cut to the bone. Straight to the bone. Straight to the bone of the fucking deal. Can't tell you how many times since I've known Amelia that she's blown my mind with a simple sentence.
I don't know about that.
You have. I do know about it. Sometimes you'll just be like, this is fake. They've staged this. And all of a sudden it's like a key turns in a lock and my brain goes, and I'm like, oh, fuck, you're so right. Like some reality thing that I think is real. Some political perspective that I'm like all twisted up trying to think as a binary, and then you're just like, nah, it's this. And I'm like, she's right. My favorite Amelia quote is, water is the universal solvent. Yeah, dude, mine too. She had me tripping on that. Her internal trip was affecting my external trip, because as soon as she told me that, I was looking at those waves, like the tide rolling in like glass over the sand. Angst is pure comedy. I mean, human angst is not always comedy. I can see why some people think it's comedy. Like, say, it can be comedic. Well, I think that being a considerate person might be dependent on a degree of self-hatred. Well, being a considerate person. Considerate is not like a doormat, right?
Yeah, just treating people with like this baseline respect and shit.
Yeah, I don't think that is indicative of a person that hates themselves. Now, a person that allows people to like abuse them, walk all over them, then I think you can start having conversations about like maybe a lack of self-esteem. Maybe like a self-hatred, some feeling that they deserve the kind of abuse that they're taking from people.
If you're just a nice guy, then I feel like that's a little...
I'd love to trip with you all someday. Maybe you'll end up at Rainbow Gathering some far-flung year. Sound such interesting minds. Yeah, well, I don't know. I think Amelia and I need to trip a few times together before we're gonna do like a big social trip, you know. I want to get a couple fucking good mushroom cooks under your belt before you... The last time we tried to take it, those mushrooms I think were a little old and stale.
They were ancient.
We've got some fresher ones though. If I thought we could get like a place where Dino would just chill, I'd say we'd take it up at fucking Yosemite. But nah.
By the way, our landlord responded to our request, not saying anything, but just marking it in progress, so she'll probably call tomorrow.
Okay.
Say.
And she's probably sending the dude out.
Yeah.
I'll just tell him, like, you know, I took the screws out to get it work. I was able to jiggle it and get it working once the screws were out, but something's gummed up in there.
Yeah. Like, we can't just have a half screwed in door.
No, I mean, it works fine, and it's not like fucking a horrible thing, but yeah, it's not the best thing. If you ever visit Canada, I got you, bro.
Canada's
See, here's
a big
the thing.
Country, though.
I have this thing, and I hesitate to say it, Andrew, but I'm going to tell you one thing. The first time I worked with you, when I was on DP, and we flew you out to LA, and you were this kid, right? Scared, like obviously nervous. It was a big gig for you, but you fucking played it out. And I was like, I'm going to sit in the studio with this guy one day. I had that feeling, bro, and then working with you on the Beauregard shit, I just have the feeling that one day, either you're gonna come to my place, I'm gonna come to your place, we're gonna make some fucking music in person, bro. I just feel it in my bones, bro. So it's not even Canada, right? Canada is not high on my list of places to visit, it's you. Like, I wanna fucking go and chill with you for a fucking week and see what comes out of that week, bro. That would be like time well spent, in my opinion. I've had that feeling a long fucking time. Now we just need to get you successful enough to fulfill the prophecy where you pay me for one-liners, right? Exactly. Dude, if I was making Destiny money, you bet your fucking ass I'd toss you a couple $100 a month to write one-liners for me. You fucking kidding? Bro, just together in a room, grooving together, like, it's different, right? Working at a distance, it's harder, like, but we work so well together at a distance, we seem to feed off of each other's energy, so I just know, me and you sitting in a room, and look, dude, I'm looking to buy a fucking house, maybe not tomorrow or this year even, but, like, soon. I'm fucking 44, I want to buy a little house, and you could bet your ass that house is going to have a studio space. Not just where I record my shit, but where I do things that are fun for me. Music, movies, those types of fucking things. It's going to be a creative center, right? I don't think it'll be some big multi-million-dollar thing, but that is on my list of things I want, right? Assuming I go down the road of buying a fucking house on a plot of land like that. And, you know, if that happens, we're going to have to work it out, bro. Once I get that up and running, bro, either I come to you, you come to me, we fly you out, whatever the fuck has to happen, and you spend a week. And we just cook, bro. Whipping in the kitchen. Destiny Elon combo was bonkers, dude. I was listening to it while I was playing RoboCop Rogue City, just like shooting bad guys and like listening to that, and I was like, it is wild to me that dude is talking to this fucking crazy influential political billionaire and just getting them all, like, it's so weird to live in this time, because like somebody like Elon Musk when I was a kid would have been so unattainable.
Yeah.
Like, the chances of an average dude from Nebraska getting a platform and then like getting to talk to a billionaire candidly for 5 hours and say pretty much whatever he wants to the guy, it's fucking unthinkable, man.
I'd say he's more than an average guy. he's definitely not like the biggest content creator, but a pretty damn big one.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, though. Imagine Bill Gates showing up on some public access show. Yeah, I mean, it maybe not that. I mean, Destiny's a little more than a public access. It's just new media shit, right? It shows me, like, this podcasting thing went from being an online entertainment outlet to now it's, like, mainstream. Like, Destiny has talked to Jordan Peterson, he's talked to Lauren Southern, he's talked to Nick Fuentes, he's talked to all these, like, mainstream political minds. Not that I agree with any of them, right? But, like, obviously, these are guys that are not, like, internet tier. And it's not just Destiny that's broken out of that. And so, like, it's a different world, right? It's just weird to me. I use Honest Amish beard oil. But I don't use it often because I find it unnecessary. My beard kind of maintains a pretty healthy balance as long as I just keep it clean. But when it gets itchy and I feel like it's drying out, I put that in it.
You've had that last one for forever.
They last forever. A dab will do you. Like those, it's super, like, I don't know if you've ever tried it, but it's good for like moisturizing shit. I'm not even kidding you. It's like, and it's all natural shit. It's just like shea butter and beeswax and blah, blah.
And I don't have a beard to put it on.
No, I'm talking about your hands.
Oh.
Like your hands and you like your, like, whatever, even your hair. Like I always rub it into my beard until I can barely feel any grease left on my hands, and then I take the rest of it and put it here because, like, it's just good for your hair. It really is. Wish I could grow a beard like yours when my shit stops at 1 inch. It doesn't come into my cheeks at all. Yeah, but you're young, bro. Bro, I was like 32 before I could grow a beard, like a full-ass beard. I enjoyed the first half of the debate with Destiny, so thank you. His chat is insufferable, though. Yeah. Well, whatever. I mean, I don't...
any big streamer's gonna have insufferable
yeah,
chat.
the bigger you get, the worse it is. The worse it is. Like here, like keep watching here. If this builds over the night and people start coming in here, I get on a rant. It'll go to like 200 or 250 people in here, and the chat will go to shit. So the bigger you get, the more people chatting at once, the worse it is, bro. I'm 38. Oh, okay. Never mind then. I take it back. It's probably not going to happen for you, brother.
It's okay, though.
Not everyone has to have a beard. You could have a wild-ass mustache, bro. Mustaches look pretty cool. Let that fucking thing grow in. Mustaches are back in now. You could have a mustache soul patch combo. That's like the music teacher look. I could dig that, you know? Or just like go the goatee route. You know, just let the goat go. You know, do that little like trimmed Van Dyke with the goat. There's all kinds of shit you could do. Yeah, you're doing the goat. Yeah, do the Van Dyke, man. I gotta admit, saying so much awful shit that you get an audience with Elon Musk is pretty legit. Yeah, that is kind of funny, right? Like, he got to talk to the guy that owned the platform because he got banned for 24 hours from the platform for violence or whatever. Violent rhetoric, I guess, is why they banned him. But, like, Elon Musk was saying some crazy shit, and I wanted Destiny to challenge him on it. Elon said, you're basically, like, interacting with a dead person. Well, he was talking about the guy that died on the bleachers at the Trump rally. And I was like, what? You can't interact with a dead person. A dead person is dead. Destiny was making commentary on a dead person. He was not talking to or interacting with a dead person in a negative way. That's crazy. Like, I don't know why he let him keep getting away with that framing. It's such odd religious framing. Or like Wiccan framing or something. Like, you don't interact with the dead, bro. You can't do that. Everybody would be talking to their dead relatives if you could do that. You don't, like, so I don't know what he's talking about. That talking poorly about somebody that died or making a joke about their death is interacting with that dead person, dragging the dead person. I really don't know. Cricket cameo. Yeah, look, here, let me do this. So you guys get a look at the handsomeness that is Cricket. I always like when he visits the window when I'm out here because he's so beautiful to look at. He's got me entranced. For like a week, I've just been fawning over him every second of every day, every time I see him. He's just so beautiful. The crickety chickadee. King Cricket. Watching crickets as we hear the crickets. Yeah. Oh, you gonna take a bath. You gonna do some grooming for y'all. It's a blessed event. You get to watch that cricket take a bath. Oh, big yawn. Yeah. It's a tough job being a kitty. Let me tell you guys what he got up to today. He slept. Then he moved to his top spot on his cat tree and he slept. Then he was served lunch and he ate a lazy bite or two. Then a few hours later, he was ready to get up. And he got up and he made me follow him into the room to eat another bite or two. And since then, he has been kind of patrolling the house. It's been a rough day. Cat got aura. Dude, it's crazy. I have such feelings for Cricket. Like, he sucks me right in, and it's not, other cats aren't that way. I like other kitties. I'll pet them. But he's got a certain control over me. I think it's the toxoplasmosis, man. He's got mind control powers or whatever the fuck. But I don't care. It's a slavery that I welcome, okay?
Well, look at his stats if you want. He do stuff.
He do stuff. Yeah, he do stuff. He gets up to something. I think he knows you're talking about him. He knows his name, so probably. Like, I don't think he knows, like, he's the topic of conversation or whatever, but he knows his name for sure. Fresno meetup, just me? Nah. Especially not in the fucking summer, bro. Where are we gonna go that's... I can chill in the summer. We'd have to go to a movie, but that's not a meetup. Paul, did you do the Amazing Atheist theme song? Vocals sound like you. No, I've never done a theme song for TJ. Are you talking about the Amazing Atheist? That's been around a long time. I don't know who did that. Fresno, Los Banos. Oh, yeah. The bathrooms. The restrooms. Yeah, dude, Los Banos.
Didn't we figure out that that's not what it means?
Yeah, it doesn't. It's just a funny joke. Because that's what it's used for a lot.
Yeah.
It's like a stopover between, like, the Central Valley and the Bay Area. I'm curious what cave you have visited when you were young. I've always wanted to visit one. It was Mammoth Cave, I believe, is the one I went to when I was young. It's not far from where I'm at now. I don't know if it's still open to the public. It was when I was a kid. They took you down into that chamber and turned all the lights out and let you, like, hear your own heartbeat. It was, no, I didn't do any, like, spelunking, bro. I went on a cave tour. Like, nah, man. Spelunking ain't for me. Love the cat. You should. You better. He is your fucking ruler. He's mine, too. I serve Cricket. There's a Mammoth Cave in Kentucky and another Mammoth Cave in West Virginia. Yeah, it might not be either of those. Well, no, that's not true. I went to West Virginia. That's where I went to the fucking cave. Boom, you found it. Yeah, I spent almost a month in West Virginia when I was like 12, 11, somewhere in there. My dad took me on a long business trip, me and my sister on a long business trip. Lasted 3 weeks, I think. It's like a 3-week intensive, like, meeting / convention for people in the union. And so yeah, dude, that's where it was, bro. I had it wrong because there's a mammoth. There's like mammoth volcano, mammoth caldera near here, and I assumed that because I remembered its name was Mammoth Cave, that's where it was, but it isn't. It's in West Virginia. That's fucking actually kind of crazy. Yeah, no, the experience was fucking crazy, bro. I'd love to do it again as an adult. My dream would be to let somebody have like a thing in my hand where I could turn the lights on and just sit down there alone for like 3 or 4 hours, bro. I would meditate down there so well, bro. I would love that. Why would they judge you? You can always bring a fake beard for emergencies. Eh? What'd you say, bud? What you talking about, eh? That sounds like fucking weird, eh? Nope, no cave diving for me. I would go like snuba or snorkeling. No fucking deep. I don't want the bends, bro. I don't want somebody kicking up silt and I get lost in a fucking cave or some shit. Fuck that. No, 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 no. But yeah, just sit in a cave, smoke some weed. Like sit down, I would meditate, dude. You would like scuba? I've done snuba one time. Snuba is like where you just have the hose and the rig in your mouth. You go down a little bit, but the hose goes up to the boat. All your regulators and stuff are up there. Find God, bro. Where's he at? What rock I gotta look under, buddy? Can you lead me? Can you take me higher? Are you willing to admit that the Netherlands is the best country in the world? Maybe. We could talk about it. I think you guys got a claim. I knew a guy from the Netherlands, and he was a pretty chill guy. He's very wealthy as well. Very wealthy, in fact, from a very wealthy family. So I talked to him for a long time. He was a nice guy. And he made the Netherlands seem very cool. Yeah, the Dutch Netherlands is what we're talking about here. So I'd say you guys got a claim. I don't know if I put you like tip top yet, but you could convince me, you know. Yeah, no weed in the red light district puts you guys down a couple points because that's stupid. Like the only reason, like the reason like it's such a tourist hub there is for the pussy and weed. I know, dude, that Batman shit, you ain't even kidding, bro. Sometimes, like, I will come into the room, right, and Cricket will be backlit, and he'll turn towards me, and I'll see that profile that he cuts, and I'll hear, bum, 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 bum. Bro. Could we beat sample that? Bum, 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 bum. So that sounds like a Beauregard Andrew joint to me in my head. Bum ba da bum 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 ba da bum bum ba da bum 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 bum. You could chop it up, slow it down even. See what I mean, man? We gotta get in the room, bro. We would fucking make an album in a week. I feel it, dude. I feel like we'd get going, we wouldn't want to stop because we'd hit that fucking Kismet shit. What's the cat's name? The cat's name is Cricket. His collar there that you can see, that says, "Hello, I'm Cricket." It was the cutest thing. When I first met him, I was like, "Aw, he's got a little introduction on his tag." Dinor's just says Dinor. Huh. Yours doesn't say, "Hello, my name's Dinor."
Because he's got the one that came from the fucking licensing place.
True. Does your kitty and puppy get along? Yes, they're brothers.
They're not like the snuggliest brothers or anything, but
They do what you would expect brothers to do. They chase each other around the house sometimes. They play. They have a little rivalry, but they're not like fighting each other or whatever. Dinor's a pushover. Dirty D is just like he grew up around a very mean cat. And so he learned early on that kitties kind of get their way. And Cricket is more than happy to exploit that. He knows his brother doesn't want none, so he'll troll him. How old is he? Cricket is 6 or 5. Didn't we just figure it out?
I got him in 2018, so 6.
6. Dinor is 8. Because I got Dinor in 2017 or 2016. Might have been 2016, late 2016, early 2017. His birthday is around the holidays someday.
I feel like it had to have been 2016.
It might have been, yeah. It must have been. Yeah, it makes sense. Because that would have been before I moved to Washington,
Yep.
before I left Texas. So, yeah, that makes sense. It would have been 2016. I had to click on the link because I saw a kitty. Oh, yes. Isn't he so handsome? Isn't he so majestic? Don't you just want to boop his little snoot and kiss his little forehead? And give him a pet, because he's very soft. Two dogs and 2 kittens right now. It's quite fun and adorable, yeah. Well, YouTube cracked down on these shots. They're now Granny doing weird things with dill pickles. Oh no. Dill pickle Granny? Tell me it ain't so. Can we confirm this? This can't be a troll.
What?
Stripping Granny, and now he's saying there's a dill pickle Granny who's like licking on a dill pickle. Is that happening? Is dill pickle Granny happening?
There are indeed pickles.
Oh my god, dude, no. There's pickles. And look at her big ass, and she's like finger banging her butthole. Live on the thing. Oh my god, she's ancient. Oh no. Oh no. What is this bitch doing with pickles though? Y'all are gonna have to tell me what this bitch is up to with the pickles. No, 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 dude, no. Hell no. She got hella people live. Hella people. Do we have...
Now she's jiggling her titties.
Yeah, she's jiggling her titties. She was like putting her fingers in her butthole earlier. Yeah, she's like rubbing all over her chest.
Dude, I'm afraid. I'm afraid you're gonna get flagged showing this shit.
Yeah, dude, I better fucking like, dude, she can... Do we have any pickles?
No.
Fuck.
I don't like pickles.
You're right, I hate them. No, I was gonna try and steal some of our viewers by eating pickles and rubbing my titties. Because I can actually show titty. But I don't have any pickles, so how can I compete? Yeah, this is like... This is free market capitalism unrestrained, okay? I was just on her channel. Dude, that old bitch... God damn her.
I don't see the other Granny at the moment.
Stripping Granny is fucking offline right now. Dude, she's got fingers off in her butthole. I saw fingers that go in her butthole. She's reaching up under her shirt and tweaking her nipples. That's what it takes to get views, so I gotta be all sexual. She just ended with 7.5K. Damn. That's fucking wild, bro. 7.5K. I'm a failure. I'm a failure at life. Pickle Granny. Dirty, disgusting pickle. Dude, take off my shirt for what? Nobody cares. Pickle Granny had 17K or 7K?
No, Pickle Granny's only got 700.
Oh, well that's still like 7 times what I have. It's not as bad as 7K. Oh, he said stripping granny. Oh no, she had 7K? Who are these old slappers? Who's okay, whose grandmama is this? I want names. Who is letting their grandmama finger her butthole on live? I want names. Okay, this has got to stop. Grandmama, Meemaw should not be doing that. That was whack, bro. She had her whole hand in her butt. Her whole fingers, like all 4 of these fingers were up in the crack of her butt through the yoga pants she was wearing. Whose Meemaw is this? Okay, we need to find out because somebody's not taking care of Meemaw. It's you work the camera? Okay, gross. Dude, you're a fucking disgrace, bro. If that's true, you're a disgrace, bro. I think you're trolling, though. But if that is true, you're a fucking disgrace to humanity, bro. That's your Meemaw, okay? You're not supposed to let her strip and finger her butthole on live. Because if I did that right now, dude, if I bent over and like put my underwear up the crack of my ass and started fingering on my butthole, I would get banned like that, bro. Like that. It's not fair. But some reason they let these old slappers get away with it. Get with the times. Bro, I don't think I can though. These old slappers, man. It's a time from before me. Dude, will you guys invite all your boys? Will you guys invite the squad to come chill if I get dill pickles and I finger my butthole? If I go get dill pickles right now, if I get like a whole jar of Vlasic pickles and then I finger my butthole through my stretchy underwears, would you get the whole squad? I'm talking about the whole squad though. Well, I can't do it now because I don't have any pickles and I'm stoned and I'm not going to go out and get pickles in the middle of the night, okay? But I'm telling you, for a future stream, people are saying no. And that's fucked up. Because if you wouldn't call the squad for that, what would you call the whole squad for? Yeah, the fucking Cricket was like, this conversation is beneath me. I'm out of here. You should monetize the channel and then do that. Yeah. You're probably right, because it would be stupid not to reap the benefits of 7K viewers. That's nuts. Or 700 even. That old slapper. That silly old slapper. I can't believe she was doing that. I can't believe she was doing that. That put my teeth on edge seeing that old lady finger her butthole like that. I had to go out of my way to not see shit like that. And the fact that I exposed my whole audience to it too. I mean, what are you doing, YouTube? No, I don't really care. Good luck, old granny. Vegetables? Oh no, bro. No. You're not. So what if I did a show like this, okay? I get certain foods like corn dogs, hot dogs, sausages, cucumbers, pickles, carrots, right? And I insert them in me for donos, but I never show it being inserted. I just stay on cam and I like, all right, going in, and I go like, right? And I put a carrot up in there. Do you think I would get banned for that? And do you think that that would get me 700 viewers? If I did vegetable butt, right? And I was just like, you pay me, dude, $100 and I put another vegetable up there. Okay? Corn on the cob. Film yourself cooking. Oh, dude, and then for $10,000 in super chats, I will prepare a meal with everything that's been in my butt and I'll eat it. Do you think I would break the internet? For 10,000 super chats, bro, I will prepare a meal of cucumber, carrot, corn dog, sausage, glizzy, and you know, corn on the cob, and I will eat it. Okay. Do you think, would you call the squad for that? The whole squad, though. Would you send out a tweet to the whole squad with a link to that? Tell me true. Gross? I know it's gross, but look, dude, what do I got to do? I can't compete. You'd lose your squad. Oh, that's okay. I have very low standards for my own conduct, but I do have a few. And I think putting meats and vegetables in my ass is probably it. I'm gonna guess that's probably my line. Although I've done some wacky shit. I've done some wacky shit in my career. I always bring it up, but that duty stain challenge, that was a moment. I think should we do the duty stain challenge again?
You want to make that like an upper tier goal?
Yeah, for Tuesday.
For tomorrow, you mean?
Duty stain challenge 2, yeah. Electric Boogaloo.
And Scotty's not going to be there. It's his birthday.
Yep. So TJ and I get a wet wipe apiece.
Yeah.
We wipe and then we hold up to the camera the fruits of our bum.
Yeah. But you got to make it like a mystery goal, so you can't compare.
Paul's ultimate mystery goal.
Yeah, it's like no hints except it's something.
Because yeah, he'll clean his rim, but then they'll accuse me of cleaning my rim.
Yeah.
More than I normally would clean my rim, which I probably would. In preparation for the duty stain challenge. God damn it, it all falls apart.
It's not spontaneous.
It had to. The reason the duty stain challenge worked is because it was completely spontaneous. We got in an argument about keeping your butt clean and what levels and skid marks and stuff, right? And he started saying that his butt was clean, and I knew it wasn't. And so I called his bluff. I was like, go get a fucking rag and we'll wipe that ass right now. Well, you do it too. Okay, fair enough. And it was witnessed, right? Ben watched our butts to make sure we weren't faking. Watched us push it up in the butt and get around the rim. And when he held up that rag, it was a dirty brown, yellow rag of shame. And mine was slightly discolored, but it was completely undercut, you know what I mean? Or overshadowed by the large amount of duty. Okay, you were there, so was I, okay? And I think that level of chicanery is what we're gonna have to stoop to. I think that's where we're at on YouTube, okay? I think it's fucking time for duty and butthole stunts.
What is something that wouldn't have that spontaneous need?
What do you mean?
Like
like a challenge I could lay down on TJ or Scotty or all of them.
Yeah. Like,
so you want, because
Scotty, if you wanted to do it tomorrow.
Oh yeah, Scotty's not there because it's his birthday tomorrow. We got to remember it's Scotty's birthday and send him a text. And I'll probably try and find him something too tomorrow and send him something for his birthday. I've been bad about that in the past. I'm trying not to be a depressive asshole. But anyway, so it would just be TJ. We could do like, okay, so we could take me out of it. We could give him a choice, duty stain challenge right now, or what would be something else he wouldn't want to do?
Trying to think. Is there a food that he hates that would theoretically also be in his house? Like that's something Chelsea likes, but he doesn't.
There are things that he hates, but I haven't lived with him for so long that it's fuzzy. It's fuzzy because it's weird shit. He likes most shit. TJ did not, like most fat guys, didn't get as big as he did being picky. But that being said, there are some things that he just won't eat. But I can't think of any. I don't want it to be like a gross out challenge for him to have to do a stunt that like is gross, like eat a bunch of something or whatever. I'd rather not take it there. What could we have him do? Oh, duty stain challenge, or he has to give a sincere 3-minute promo on why Scotty is his best brother, why he's the best brother ever, why Scotty is actually superior to him, and created his whole image and career. And he has to be sincere too. Okay. He can't fuck around.
So what would we just say it's a mystery thing?
We say Paul's mystery challenge for TJ. We're gonna see. And then if he forces the issue and he asks for a duty stain showdown, I won't be prepared at that point. We can do it. I will do it. We will have to have wives present. So Chelsea will have to come in and watch the bum bum, right? Somebody will. Somebody's gonna have to be there. That's just not cool, not kosher if he's trying to pretend on a duty stain challenge. That has to be witnessed by somebody. That you put your shit all the way up in there. No way he'd pick to glaze. No, he's got to glaze him hard. That's the challenge, bro. Don't tell him. See, that's the problem. One of these little Tajika fans is going to tell him, and he's going to prepare some bullshit. These little bastards. He'll prepare some fucking thing. God damn it. See, you can't even be, because his eyes are everywhere. His little whisperers are everywhere. His little birds, man. TJ the spider.
Well, we can think of something else in private, I guess.
Nah, it's okay.
Nah, just scrap the whole thing.
No, we'll run with it.
Yeah.
We'll run with it.
Yeah.
If I think that he's heard too much about it, because I'll know there'll be a smugness about TJ. He's a horrible liar. So if there's a smugness about TJ, maybe we'll come up with something privately to replace it with. To get him off the, because we could come up with something else that he won't want to do.
Oh, I had an idea.
Hold on, I'll mute it. Okay, all right, we got a good idea already.
Yeah.
That's a good one. I think that's a good one. Don't show that video to TJ. He'll get inspired again. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm going to go do my stretches. It's that time for me.
I will put it on the whiteboard because that's not on your camera.
Scribble dibble it on my whiteboard, please.
Yeah.
Give it the old scribble scrabble on the whiteboard. By the way, has that other place closed our fucking app yet?
Yes.
Okay,
they didn't like say explicitly that they turned us down, but it's the listings down.
Okay.
So I assume they found someone else.
Gotcha. Con somebody else. Well, we still have that address. We could send that anonymous letter.
Yeah. But that's if we're assuming they have pets, which they might just not.
Well, I mean, we could make it look like an informational flyer. Hey,
Yeah.
you charge an exorbitant pet fee, you may be entitled to damages. You know, and just like put the information about the California statute and things that they can pay to their landlord. Maybe. Okay, that's better. It's funny, when I started doing that, I did one squat as part of it, just so I got my legs like woken up. And I would do it usually like once a day.
Yeah.
Just get a good low squat, get those muscles engaged. Now I'm doing 30 squats a day. Pretty crazy. That's good. That's like building up like tolerance or whatever, right? Positive vibes. I'm new here. Yeah. For sure. Biden proposed 5% cap on rental increases yearly nationwide. There should be nationwide rent controls. We don't need a 5% cap on raises of rent. I mean, that would be nice. But the problem is now is that rents have already risen to an exorbitant rate. So there needs to be national level rent controls. And that's just not going to happen under any administration at either of these two parties. So it's another one of those things that we can call a pipe dream because we've all married ourselves to the two-party system. You're never going to get something like that. There are too many landlords with business interests that are donors to both sides.
I don't know if, like, authority-wise, they could do that.
I mean, it would definitely take them flexing some legislative authority and making good on having both houses of Congress and the presidency. They would definitely need that. They would also need a stronger judiciary, but we're not going to get that. Like, right? We're not going to get a fucking Democrat in. There's going to be at least probably two more fucking, like, Donald Trump is going to be responsible for half the bench or more. He already is, right?
Yeah.
Fuck. We're hosed.
I feel like what they could do is maybe change.
Pack the court.
I mean, besides that, I like specifically with the rent thing, like say that you can't get the more favorable mortgage rates unless you're living in the home. Like you have to pay a different interest rate if you're.
Oh yeah, set like a high
property.
interest rate if it's going to be a business property. They'll never do that though.
Yeah.
Like once again, too many big donors that are real estate magnates and big landlords and shit. They don't want to piss off rich people. And that would piss off a lot of rich people. Oh, even what he's proposing would piss them off, and it's meager.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, rents are already meteoric and unaffordable. You can't increase them, but except for 5% a year. It's like,
And there'd probably be like 50 exceptions. Right
like if he's got the power to do that, he's got the power to do what I was talking about.
Yeah.
It comes from, it would flow forth from the same font of authority. Just establish a national rent control that says your rent cannot exceed the cost of living by this amount in your state, period. You cannot rent a property unless that property is registered as a high value because like obviously you don't want, like, I wouldn't care if people could rent mansions for $2,000 a month, but obviously that's not. So maybe like rent can't be above a certain percentage of the purchase price of the home.
Yeah, like your mortgage's payment is X, and you can't do more than like.
Well, they'd have to, because a lot of places are just owned outright,
Yeah.
right? So they'd have to do like, what is the percentage of the value of the home?
Yeah.
And they'd have to come up with a reasonable percentage of that for somebody to charge per month.
Yeah.
Like maybe it can't be any more than like 10% of the value of a home in a year charged for rent.
But I mean, I feel like that would end up even with higher rents. It'd have to be lower.
Well, then lower,
like,
5%.
Yeah.
2%,
Yeah.
whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
You can't charge in 12 months.
Yeah.
And even if you're doing a shorter lease, you can't get around it. It has to be on that 12-month schedule where it's like, you know, you can't charge more than 2% of the house's total value at the time of lease signing.
Yeah.
And then it cap the rent increase, say the rent increase cannot be above this percentage of the total rent year to year. That would help millions of fucking people immediately. You couldn't argue
But
that.
you couldn't apply that to like multifamily properties the same way, though.
So what are we talking about? So you're talking about like big
Like
rent,
apartment
like apartment
buildings.
complex. I think you could maybe.
I feel like it's just too sticky with property values.
Well, but yeah, it's like, okay, so you take the value of a big apartment complex that got 10 buildings on it or whatever, right? Or 20 buildings.
Well, I mean, but who's doing the assessment is the question.
Somebody from the city with a fucking
Because the
objective
tax
eye.
assessments on homes are way different. Or the
Right, and then
property
make
tax
a
are way
way for you to challenge if you
Yeah.
feel like rent is being,
Yeah.
if there's collusion, but like
Yeah.
you can have an assessor come out that's bonded
Yeah.
and make an assessment. But I would say that like you take the value, the total value of the property, and then you do some fucking calculus to find out what is each one of these buildings worth, right? And then you take it from there, right? You do the calculus based on not one tenant, but 20 tenants. And you shave it down. So they can't charge their 20 tenants more than 2% of the cost of the value of that entire building per year. That seems fair. Rent?
I feel like it still wouldn't cut it very well.
Well, okay, 1%.
Yeah.
0.5%. Like, where do you think that needs to be?
Well, I just feel like tying it to the home value makes it too variable.
Well, year to year, and then you do the rent increase year to year cap. So if you want to increase the rent on your home because value is increasing, you can do it,
what happens
but
when
slowly
value
over
decreases?
years. Then your rent goes down.
Yeah.
Because the value of the property goes down.
But then they would say like, well, but I paid this, and if it's going down, then I'm getting fucked on my mortgage every month. Yeah.
Join the club of homeowners, bitch. It's called being underwater.
Yeah.
Maybe you made a bad investment. Maybe it would deter people from doing these fucking like house forever investments, right? Because that's what at the root of the problem is single investors who are buying up multiple properties to be like a single owner landlord, or banks buying up whole tranches of neighborhoods, hoping that they just keep rising in price, but artificially raising that price by reducing the availability of houses on the market. It's a fucking work. Anyway, you can't have government control all this stuff. It would make it worse. I mean, I understand your trepidation on another government bureaucracy, but I'm sorry, this unrestrained, unfettered capitalism is why your mom can't afford a house, okay? So at some point, your argument falls on deaf ears. All right, I make a really good living, and I'm effectively priced out of a home. That makes no sense. What if I didn't make that good of a living and I had a family, I had a little kid I was feeding in addition to my family, right? What does that mean for me, right? You can't be like that. Platitude makes sense on paper, but when you apply it to what's going on in the world for blue collar people right now, it doesn't match. Rent should be a tiny compensation for living in a borrowed home. No, it shouldn't even be a borrowed home. When you're a renter, this is your domicile. Okay, that's a legally defined prospect.
Yeah, like this is our
This
address.
is my home.
Yeah.
This is where I live. This is not your property that I'm borrowing off of you. We've signed a contract that makes this my home. And you have to go through a whole legal process to evict me from my home if you're the owner, right? So there's already a layer of legal protections against that type of thing. There needs to be more. Clearly, rent prices have gotten nationally exploitative. It's everywhere. Nobody can afford to pay rent except for in a few places. So there needs to be more regulation on this fucking speculative market, because eventually it's going to blow up and it's going to leave a lot of people fucking with their life savings gone. Yeah, the bubble. That's exactly my point. I'd rather the bubble not pop, because like I said, a lot of the people that are going to get ate alive by that are single investors, single owner landlords, people that bought 2-3 properties and now they're fucking $200,000 underwater a piece on those properties. Bankruptcy. It's going to ruin their fucking whole lives, dude. So we don't decide if the banks get bailed out. The people with millions in the bank do, of course. I appreciate your calm thoughts, by the way. Yeah, no problem, man. I'm not trying to be your adversary. I think we have the same problems. Maybe we just got different ideas about it, you know. I'm not fucking trying to be Mr. Economics professor. I speak from a very blue-collar place because that's what I've been my whole life. I don't know how to be any other way. That's how I was raised up. That's how I think now. My politics really do begin and end with labor and blue-collar families, working families, indigent people, people that need it the most, getting what they need to live a decent fucking life so they can raise themselves up above their standards. Anything else you layer on top of that, bro, is like window dressing. Do I have an opinion on it? Probably. Does it matter all that much to me? No. Not in the context of labor, because I believe a lot of the shit that people fucking focus on will be solved if we had stronger bonds via labor and neighborhood bonds and shit. People were more invested locally. People could afford homes, so neighborhoods would be like have families that wanted to know each other in them, not just transient shit like we live in now, right? We'd all be better off, right? And there would be a lot less racial division, I think, and a lot less stupid ideas, and maybe, you know, more of a demand for better education locally that spreads like wildfire nationally. Like, I believe all of those things, as dreamer as they are in terms of prescriptions, are possible, but not under the current system and not with the current way we're doing things. You know, I could easily, like, take a more, as, like, a conservative or a Trumpist or something because of what they said, but I don't think that gets us anywhere, right? That, like, Amor is just gonna fucking leave the live. Amor is gonna say, oh, just another shit lib, just another asshole, you know what I mean? You know, I want to try and not be that, but that means that I really don't want to get into the whole fucking political landscape with Amor a whole lot. But I'll talk blue collar shit all day with somebody I don't agree with politically, all fucking day. You talk economic populism, I'm your guy. Anything outside of that, I'm kind of not your guy. I'm not the best advocate for that type of shit. You know? Because I really believe that the you know, thing that men's transphobia, hatred against LGBTQ people, hatred against black people, brown people, immigrants, migrants, right, all of that, that I believe that the seed of that beautiful plant is planted in the labor space. I think that people have to work together. They have to have skin in the game when they work together, because if your brother in the union is black, it doesn't matter what your parents told you about black people. You're not gonna let the cops or some scab beat the fuck out of that guy. You're gonna jump in for that fucking guy because that's your union brother. His contract is your contract, right? That's called contact theory, and it's a big part of my ideology, okay? I think that if people lived cheek by jowl with, like, if they knew a trans person, they'd probably have way different thought processes about trans people than they do now. If you worked with one, yeah, you could hate them, but stand in the line together, stand in the line on a contract, you want that trans person to get the same fucking contract you're getting. That's your brother or your sister, you know? So that's my fucking politics in a nutshell right there, bro. And I'll repeat it a billion times from now until the day I die, because it's all I believe in. All the other shit is like badgering each other about social fucking problems, badgering each other over pronouns and shit. My heart will never be in that shit. I'm not saying that those things are inherently wrong or destructive or anything. I'm just saying I'm not your guy. I care about families. I care about working people. I care about average folks. I care about people that can't work for themselves, that need help. Those are the fucking people I care about. I don't care about bankers. I don't care about rich people. I don't care about fucking politicians. Okay, I don't. I just don't. And I can't pretend I do. People want me to pretend I do, or they want to convince me that I need to, and I just don't. I'm sorry, maybe I'm broken in that way, but I don't. I care about people. That's why I'm talking war with people. Sometimes I get really frustrated because it's like they want to go into numbers, they want to go into history, and I'm not saying those things aren't important to the conversation, but to me, the conversation begins and ends on 1 million people dead in this conflict. Why? 1 million working class people dead in Ukraine right now. 500,000 on each side from the numbers we're fucking to believe. It might be way more than that when the dust settles and the bodies are all fucking counted and the mass graves are found on both sides and shit. It's gonna be fucked. But that's where my fucking politics begin and end, bro. It's like, why did all of these blue collar people have to die in this rich man's war for a fucking line on a map? And nobody can ever give me an answer for that. They want to go back to the fucking Ottoman Empire. They want to dig through history to find the answer for why these people have to suffer as puppets between two rich empires. And I never buy any of it. It doesn't make sense to me. A million fucking people. Can you imagine? A million people. Dude, you know how much this country mourned over Vietnam? We have a whole memorial to it, and something like, what, 30,000 American soldiers or 20,000 died in that? Imagine 500,000 people died in that, right? By the way, 500,000 people or more did die in that, just not American soldiers, okay? The body count from Southeast Asia, if you include Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, and Korea, was staggering. 3-4 million people probably died in that conflict. 60,000, whatever number it was, is way below 500,000. You're talking 10 times that casualty number in a country the size of Texas. Think about it. My cousin told me he thinks his destiny is to die in the Navy or something like that. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, whatever. People got weird ideas. I don't mock people for their patriotism. I understand people that were raised that way. Could never be me though, bro. Not that makes me some kind of Billy Badass, but I'm principled against war. So I absolutely refuse to pick up a gun for the state and to shoot another person in another state. For lines on a map or some rich man's ambition, I will not do it. I patently refuse. And I don't think anybody should be forced into that because of where they were squatted out and born on this planet. And I will oppose that with every fiber of my fucking being till the day I die. War is a rich man's game. It's a rich man's racket. Paul, I agree with you. I'm part of a Starbucks union, only one in my city, but SB strong-armed us in the contract, has led most of my coworkers to believe unions are useless. We need big unions. Yeah, you guys are alone. They bully you because you don't have brothers and sisters to take your back. When I was, I'm trying to remember how old I was, 11, maybe 10, I participated in one of the longest strikes ever. I think it is the longest strike in American history. It was the concession workers and the food and beverage workers in Las Vegas had gone on strike and were protesting against a number of things, one of them being the demolition of a hotel and the replacement of all of those people with no promises of jobs in the new property, which was a brand new hotel. And I participated in that labor strike as the son of a person that was a mechanic in a glass factory. So the union had me and my family over in Vegas walking the line. United Auto Workers 862, all right. Union strong, brother. My family's union was local number 254, glass molders, pottery, plastic, allied workers, AFL-CIO. Big shit. Big union, big stuff, man. Not as big as it was when I was a kid. My younger cousin hasn't yet entered the Navy, but he's close to finishing his college core program and applying soon. Yeah, well, you know, that's his life. I genuinely think the military are good for some people. Like, I don't think it's good for people to be thrown in the maw, but like, you know, if you serve and you don't really, you know, you don't do any active tours of duty in war or whatever, that it, you know, you could probably get some shit out of it. GMP, baby, number 254. Love that union. Imagine if those 1 million soldiers built infrastructure, though. Yeah, imagine. A million lives is almost unfathomable to me, knowing how much impact one human life can have on the world around you, depending on circumstance. A million is almost unfathomable to me. All those people, all that music that'll never been made, all those books that'll never be written, all of those children that'll never be born, never conceived of, all of that love that'll never bloom, all of that potential just in the dirt for a rich man's fucking squabble over lines on a map. It's bullshit, man.
Cricket.
Jiggledy, jiggledy, wiggledy, waggledy. Cricket is mad.
He just wants mom.
Where's D?
He's inside too.
Oh, wow. Hey, baby. Could you do me a huge favor and top off my water for me? I sure do appreciate it. I love you. Do you think Trump will do anything against unions in any direct way, not counting him being against any union protest? Against unions? Probably, yeah. He'll probably appoint a bunch of judges that have a tendency to rule against labor. There's, all the way up to the Supreme Court, that's a possibility. I don't think his Secretary of Labor Relations, I don't think his Labor Relations Board is going to be anywhere near as ambitious as Biden's. So yeah, I think that there's a good chance that a Donald Trump presidency actively harms labor. But that being said, labor tends to come together in times of embattlement, right? And I'm hoping that, not trying to be an accelerationist, but I'm hoping a bad Trump presidency will wake up something in people, kind of like a blue-collar sensibility that's been tamped out of us. And people will start realizing that they've been bilked out of a life that should be beautiful here. There's plenty of room for all of us. And there's no reason you should be working 2 jobs and running yourself ragged to raise 1 kid. It's fucked. It's fucked. And I know it's fucked because I was raised in a different world, right at the end of the old paradigm. My parents were blue collar, and if you saw the house I grew up in and the shit my parents had, you'd say I was a rich boy. My dad was a mechanic at a glass plant. My mom was a gopher, okay, at the same glass plant. Gopher mean she did a bunch of different jobs. She was wherever they needed extra help. That was her job when I was a kid. Those 2 paychecks set me up on a fucking piece of property, bro, when I was a kid. Now my parents lost it all. Project 2025 is a collaboration. I can't remember the name of the think tanks, but it's a collaboration between a number of right-wing think tanks. And it is a list of goals for these right-wing think tanks, which, if I'm not mistaken, are pretty far-right Christian nationalist aligned. It's like a wish list from a think tank of political insiders for what could be accomplished by 2025. And this type of thing, this type of think tank thing, used to be pretty big news back in the day as well, on both sides. But the news stopped paying attention to think tank pieces a long time ago because they were too dense and too weird for people to wrap their heads around. And so they stopped being used as like a political football. But that's what this is. Project 2025 is a think tank piece. It's a group of academics with a very far-right conservative Christian nationalist bent who all got together to write a really dense document that lays out their absolute fucking wish list for the world. Here's what we think we could get done by 2025 if everybody just goes along with it, right? Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't fear the ideas that are in there. That's clearly a huge wing of the Republican Party telling you what it thinks about the world, right? So I'm not telling you to ignore it, but I'm telling you this idea that they're just gonna like Trump's gonna win and they're gonna implement all that shit is fucking ludicrous.
Well, it's like the same as like the Biden's empty promises, like the 5%
Right.
rent thing would never happen.
It's for some reason people can understand Biden making an empty, because like from a conservative standpoint, some of those empty promises that Biden made, they genuinely believe they're going to be awful for the world. Now I don't agree with that, but I'm not going to say they don't believe that. That's mind reading bullshit. So there's a lot of people that are afraid of socialized medicine. They want to keep their fucking healthcare the way it is. And when Biden says shit like we're going to get single payer or whatever, well, he didn't even really promise that, but we're going to get a fucking, you know, healthcare. We're going to make it healthcare easier. We're going to expand Obamacare, fix Obamacare. When they hear that shit.
Well, yeah, so take Project 2025 with the same skepticism as
Right.
other political promises.
If you're going to be skeptical of Joe Biden saying, I'm going to do all this shit if you reelect me, and it's the same shit he said he was going to do when you elected him in 2020, if you're going to have skepticism about that, have that same level of skepticism about the viability of Project 2025. Don't let people bludgeon you with Project 2025. That's a Democratic National Committee strategy. It's official now. We're going to try and distract from the fact that Joe Biden can't run this country and is falling apart in front of our eyes, and we're about to drop a historic election to Trump by fear-mongering about this fucking think tank piece that people wrote. It's bullshit. It really is. Why are your lights off? Huh?
It's nighttime.
Yeah, it's 10:17 at night. Trump or Biden? Neither. Hello? I know that's like confusing to some people, but yeah, I'm one of those weirdos in America that doesn't think that either party has the best interests of people at heart, and I don't trust people that affiliate themselves with those parties in any way. I have zero trust for a politician with a D next to their name. You may as well just like introduce me to a pit viper and tell me to make friends with it. But that's just because I've lived through DNC cuck fucking people on the left for my whole life. So you'll get there too.
You do what you want.
Yeah, hey, vote your fucking conscience, bro. Go vote Biden if that's what you think is right. Go vote Trump if that's what you think is right. And remember my face and name when you finally come to the realization that you've been duped. Cool?
Like, people like accuse you of like minimizing Trump. It's like,
well, that's because they want to control the fear narrative.
Yeah.
And if you question the fear narrative, then that means you must be pro-Trump. It's bullshit. They would have the same skepticism when Trump fear-mongers to his fans and political believers about Biden being a communist, Biden throwing the borders wide open when he did the exact opposite. He's still saying that shit at his rallies. Borders are ridiculous. It's crazy.
Well, that's what saved his life, pointing to some chart about immigrants or whatever.
Yep. He probably would have gotten noodled.
Yeah. If he hadn't turned his head like, oh yeah, that chart.
Look at this over here. Psst. Fucking crazy, man. The confluence of events. Everything, every second balances on the razor's edge. You never know what's going to happen. Reality is fucking crazy, bro. What are you puffing on? This is just a cigarette, bro. I've had a few little like pieces of joint out here. A little collection of like partially smoked J's, but I'm pretty finished with those, I think.
Do you still have any of the other ones I got recently?
Yeah, I've got a couple more of those. I just don't want one right now because I'm on a fat edible dose tonight. Okay. I took some X tabs like a G. I took 3 earlier, right? And then I took 2 more right before I started this.
Oh yeah.
But that was way earlier that I took them. I took them like 10 or 11 or something. Yeah. But I'm good. I'm stoned enough. I would drink beer, but that's just the summer. Because I've been outside more because my mental health is better. I'm getting that like old, it's summer, crack a beer kind of mentality about me. I gotta check it, I guess, a little bit, but
I mean, you don't ask me to check it when I do it like 2 or 3 times a week.
I'm telling you, like, do you want to order us up some fucking booze?
I could just go to the store and get some.
If you want. You want to go get us like a 12-pack? I don't want to kill a whole 12-pack tonight, obviously, but like we'll have a few beers around if we want to crack one at night.
Yeah, I could probably just do it.
If you feel up to it. If you don't, that's cool, but I would fucking kill a beer right now. Whatever you think is smooth drinking, too. Just get us like a 12er, and we'll drink on it. Fuck yes. See, this is what I'm talking about. Life is beautiful. La vida è bella. Go grab some vodka. No, I don't drink like that. Life is a beautiful thing, man. Because, like, I got, like, juice left. It's fucking really nice out here. And if I keep my fucking voice down, my neighbors shouldn't fucking trip. So, having a couple beers sounds really nice, bro. Really nice to me tonight. My easy drinking beer used to be Newcastle Brown, right? But then they changed owners, it tastes like shit to me now. I fucking lament the loss of original Nuki brewed. But now I chill with Modelo Negro or Negra. I chill with a Corona if somebody's got it, bro. I'm gut bucket, bro. I'll drink a Bud Light. I don't give a fuck. I'd kill a Bud Light right now. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, he'll be back from working soon, and you guys will get to be cute again together. I know Posty is getting paid, but I don't know how he can drink that piss water Bud Light. I'd drink it, bro. Dude, Bud Light is a pretty chill, because, like, what I want right now, I don't want to get drunk. I just want to get a little fucking summer buzz, man. It's like, the breeze is nice, but it's still a little hot. I'm a little bit damp. You know what I mean? A little dampness is coming off here. And a cold beer. Sounds really nice. It's really nice to me. So, like, knowing Amelia, she'll probably get Modelo Negra. But I don't know. She likes to try different shit. She will drink a Stella, and I'll drink a Stella too. Even though I hate that fucking commercial with the Big Lebowski. But I'll drink a Stella. You know what I mean? What about a hot beer? Like a Michelada? I don't know, man. Or are you talking like warm beer, like German style? You're talking like a Michelada? I'm not the biggest fan, bro. It's a little much for me. It's like drinking just salt, bro. I'll drink Stella. Stella Artois. Yeah, no, Stella Artois, bro. Fuck that commercial. Boiled beer. Yeah, bro, I don't fucking know, bro. Hot sake, I've had it. Not my thing. I've only drank 5 times in my life. I can't sip, and I'm on the floor. Yeah, dude, it can widely vary. Like, here's the truth about me, bro. I have a prodigious tolerance for drugs, okay? A lot of this is genetic. You can look into it. People from the same, like, ancestral background as me, and my ancestry is kind of uniquely concentrated in one part of the world. Scandinavia, Scotland, and Ireland is where, like, 90% of my family has been, and so my genetics are that, right? And in that area of the world, you will find people that have prodigious tolerance for alcohol and other drugs. And this is just from years of using it, right? Years of exposure to heavy alcohol use or drug use, right? And as a result of that, dude, I could, and I'm not even trying to flex on you, bro. I could drink probably everybody in here under the table. like even now, my tolerance being as low as it is because I drink maybe once every couple of weeks. I'll have a couple beers. Like my tolerance is trash right now, and I could still drink you under the table. If my tolerance was what it was when I was in my 20s and my early 30s, pobrecito. I would accept that challenge, but I'm sober now. Yeah, dude, I'm not trying to challenge anybody. I'm just saying, like, ooh, yeah, if you're fucking Mexican and Spanish, well, the Mexican is what worries me right there, because I got the Scottish, bro. I got your Scottish on Scottish. Both sides of my family heavy Scottish. So we got that. Spanish, I ain't convinced that those motherfuckers can really drink. But Mexicans, though? Okay. All right. Now, I will say this. There's wider variance in Mexicans. Right? Some Mexicans handle that liquor real good. And some of you, you got a little bit too much of that fucking native in you. And that tolerance is too low and you get wild and crazy. You lose your shit. You can't handle your shit. That happens to white boys too. I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm just saying there's a wider variance amongst heavy drinkers than the Mexicans that I've drunk with, which is a lot of Mexicans. I grew up around nothing but Mexicans. Oh, dude, Mexicans around where I grew up with, yeah, they love tequila, but they drank nothing but malt liquor, bro. You want to talk about getting fucked up? Talk about getting, like, going to a party and there's nothing but ice chests filled with Mickey's grenades, bro, and mariachi music. And you talk about getting fucked up with me and weed in the air, bro. The 90s were wild. And Mexican people don't fuck around, bro. I'm not going to check anybody's Mexican heritage on drinking, bro. Those motherfuckers drink heavy, 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 heavy. They're the only group of people that I've ever seen that drink heavier than the blue-collar white folk I grew up around, mostly. Right, in my family. Only people that I would put up against those folks. In my experience, limited as it may be. I haven't drunk with a lot of Europeans. I haven't drunk with a lot, but I've drunk with people from all over the states. You know, and, you know, black folks, brown folks of all different stripes and types. Weed, booze, and good food. Oh man, bro. I can't tell you what a vibe it is on a summer night like this with a breeze, right? To go to a party where there's fucking Modelos on ice, somebody's grilling, making up tortas, and there's a fucking mariachi band playing, bro. You know how many years it's been since I've had that experience? Probably 20 years, bro. And I gotta tell you, dude, the vibe is unmatched. Live mariachi, booze, and good food, you can't beat that, bro. A little bit of weed. Bro, I don't care. Like, if you're a party vibe person like I am, I used to party a lot. My lifestyle is way different now, bro. But I was like a party animal or whatever the fuck you would have called me back in the day. Like my teens and my 20s, bro. It's a drunken haze, bro. I partied every day that I could from like 13 to 28 before I started to go like, you know what I mean? Like, body started going, hey, bud, you need sleep and like stop drinking. Stop doing drugs and shit, bro. I don't know what you're up to, but you're old now. I'm 44. Yeah. I would say that I quit the party lifestyle at like 30 clean flat, bro. Yeah. So it's been a long time. It's been, 14 fucking plus years since I was a partier, but I could jump right back into that fucking life right now, dude. I feel the call of it. It was like, that's why I just asked my wife to go get us beer. Honestly, it's that little bit of like wild man still left. You guys ever seen that movie? What's that movie with Frank the Tank in it? Where that guy's like, oh yes, yeah, I would love to come to that arrangement. That would be fun. And then like he gets a couple beers in him. He's like, fuck bitches, woo. Like whatever. What movie was that? Frat Boys or something? Did you quit the party life before or after White Guilt, Paul? Way before. Like, well, maybe not way, but like, yeah, I'd say like 5 or 6 years before White Guild, Paul. Yeah. Well, maybe 4 years, 4 to 5 years. That was Will Ferrell in Old School. Yeah, Old School. That's it. Yeah, you're right. Except I'm not like Frank the Tank. You know what? You know what my sin of drunkenness is? Because, you know, like, if you've been around drinkers like I have my whole life, you understand that there are different types of drunk, right? So there's like the violent drunk, there's the mouthy drunk, there's the sloppy drunk, there's the emotional drunk. Which one of those do you think I am? I'm one of those 4. Okay, so I'll go through them again, right? There is the violent drunk, the mouthy drunk, the sloppy drunk, and the emotional drunk. Which one of those 4 do you think I am? I want to see what chat thinks. Even if you don't know me, even if you're just watching me for the first time because you scrolled in. Okay, we got 1 vote for emotional. Well, emotional is the happy drunk or the sad drunk, right? If that's what I meant, emotional drunk, right? Emotional. Everybody's saying fucking sloppy / emotional. Mouthy or emotional. Violent. Whoa, buddy, come on, buddy. Emotional, violent, emotional. Okay, I'm an emotional drunk. Usually a happy as fuck drunk. But I'm the guy that's gonna be like, dude, I'm gonna tell you something, man. And you're gonna be like, oh no, Paul, don't do it. No. Listen to me, man. I gotta fucking get something on my chest, okay? I'm gonna get this on my chest. Okay, Paul, what do you gotta get off your chest? I fucking love you, bro. I know, Paul. I know you love me. No. But seriously, though, bro. No homo, right? But I fucking love you, bro. I'll do anything for you, bro. You just call me if you ever fucking need me, bro, because I know you got my back the same way. Yeah, Paul, I love you too, man. All right, bro, bring it in. All right, cool. Can I touch your wiener? What, Paul? No, wait, no, okay, so never mind. That last part doesn't happen. But I get very, like, lovey-dovey with people in a platonic way. Usually. Or I get, if I drink at the wrong times, if I'm really depressed, I'll be like a sad drunk, where I'll just like sit off by myself, and when people come to try and talk to me, I'm just kind of like, they're like, "Are you okay, Paul?" I'm like, "Yeah, man, whatever, man." Sometimes that leads to good shit, though. Can I tell you guys a story real quick? Is that okay? Would it be stupid for me to spin a tale right now? I kind of want to tell a story. Is that this line of talk has brought me to a thought, right? I want to tell you guys the story of the first time that, well, I don't know if it was the first time, but one of the coolest times I ever picked somebody up at a party, right? So there was this chick that I was friends with in high school. And she was hella funny. To be frank with you, she was kind of like a female me. Like we had very similar sense of humor, but nothing sexual between us. I don't think I was her type, and I don't think I know she wasn't mine, right? It had nothing to do with how she looked. She was beautiful. It was just, you know, and I think it was probably mutual in that. I think like we just vibed as friends. And we had a few classes together, right? Including drama. And so she was really chill. And so I was all busted up because the girl that I was all in love with in high school, Tammy, was, well, let me back, well, now I don't want to back up too much into Tammy, but let's just say that like things weren't going well in that on again, off again relationship. And I went over to my friend Morgan's house. My friend Morgan's house was chill as fuck. It was this apartment, and his dad was chill with us smoking weed as long as we kept it down when he was trying to sleep. And so, and Morgan's dad had all these smoking devices from like the 60s and 70s. It's like an old pothead hippie. And one of the things he had was this hookah, which back in the day was a novelty, right? Now hookah is more popular, but like to have a hookah that you can hit up and fill with like weed and hit hookah with your friends, 4-man hookah on a big vase, that was dope, right? So we were hitting the hookah, And people were like, dude, Paul, why are you so fucking sour? You're such a sour fucking melon today. And I was like, dude, I don't want to talk about it, man, because you guys know what it is. So fucking quit being bitches about it. And they're like, oh, come on. And we're hitting the hookah, right? We're just like, and we mixed tobacco in with our hookah too, by the way. It was more like a spliff type of thing. So it wasn't like get immediately high. That was to stretch the weed, right? We would buy like a bag of really like shitty roll your own tobacco. We'd chop our weed up in that, and that's how we would do hookah. But that was only hookah. We hated spliffs because that was a waste. But like hookah, we had a little tobacco in the hookah, right? So we're hitting the hookah, and I'm like, you guys are being bitches about this. You know, you guys are just trying to fucking rile me up. And they're like, no, dude, here's the thing, Paul. They're like, we heard about this party. And I was like, what party? We're hitting it. And they're like, it's at so-and-so. I don't want to say his name. His name is Brandon. His first name is Brandon. It's at Brandon's house. I was like, dude, I don't really even know Brandon all that well. They were like, yeah, but he's a chill guy. He likes you. And I was like, what do you mean he likes me? Well, Brandon says nice things about you, you know, and like he liked working with you on the show. He was gonna play with me. And I was like, all right, well, I've never chilled with Brandon. What's his house like? He's like, oh, his parents are out of town. He's kind of rich. His dad's a farmer, got a nice house. He said there's kegs and weed and shit. And I was like, bro, you guys go ahead, man. I'll fucking I'll head home after this. And they're like, no. They're like, you need to get out, bro. You need to get out. You need to put yourself on the market, bro. And I was like, all right, fair enough, whatever, I'll go, but I'm not gonna fucking have fun. I'm just warning you guys, I'm not gonna have fun. They were like, whatever. And so we went, we finished up our hookah, and Morgan, stoned as could be, drove us out there in his shitbox car. And yeah, he was right about Brandon's house. Brandon was a rich kid. His dad was a farmer, and the house was fucking chill as fuck. It had a pool. It had multiple rooms. All the, you know, not that it mattered to me, but all the cool kids from school were there, right? It was a big hopping ass fucking party. This was a live ass party. And because it was out in the middle of nowhere, the chances of like cops breaking it up were minimum. So you knew you could you let your freak flag fly. It would have been a party that like, but here's why. Like, I didn't want to go, number one, because I was depressed and butthurt and I wanted to be emo, right? And number two, though, I didn't want to drag everybody else's mood down, right? Because I know how I am, bro. I'm like a black hole when I'm in a bad mood. I drag everybody into my mood. And so I really work against that as an older man. But when I was a teenager in high school, I didn't know that shit. You know, I didn't even know how to identify that in me. I didn't know I was doing that to people, right? But when I'm in a bad fucking mood, I'm like a vampire, bro. Stay away from me. Or get out of my way, one of the two. But I try to manage not being in a bad mood because I hate the way I feel after being in a bad mood. I hate the things I say to people. My demon is anger, if you haven't figured it out, just from watching me, not to diverge too far from the story. But to me, like, anger is what I struggle with, right? And so I was mad and pissed and sad and emo, and I'm a teenage boy, and my girlfriend or the woman I want to be with is not with me, and blah blah blah, and I'm fucking sad. So I get to this party and it's chill as fuck, and I say hi to everybody. I make my rounds. I'm not a total fucking pleb. I went and found Brandon and said, hey man, chill party, thanks for having me. Oh yeah, man, I'm glad you came, bro. We need to chill more. I was like, yeah, I dapped him up. We smoked a little weed together, and then he was like, well, all right, man, I'll see you around. And I was like, yeah, I went and fucking mingled a little bit. And I like found this couch in the corner of like the foyer or whatever you would call it in this big ass ranch house. And it was like this couch that looked like a grandma would have, right? It was like nobody was sitting on it because it just looked like one of those couches that like your grandma would put plastic on so nothing gets spilled, right? And all I was gonna do is sit there and drink, and I'm not a big, like, I knew I wasn't gonna fucking ruin it, so I just went and sat on this fucking couch, right? And I'm sitting there. Now, I don't know about you guys, but like one of my pastimes in life, and this is kind of creepy to some people, I do people watching, right? Have you ever heard of this? Where you just like go into public, and it's not like you're spying on people, it's just that you're watching people as they go about their day in a public kind of way, right? And it's one of the ways I soothe myself. It's a soothing technique, right? Because I tend to spin narratives about people when I see them in that capacity, right? Where they don't know I'm watching. I have no reason to be watching. But, you know, whatever. It's just a soothing thing for me. I think a lot of people do, yeah, public transportation is great. If you're like, that was one of my favorite things that me and my dad did, was we did a whole day of people watching where we rode the subway around New York, got off at whatever stop sounded interesting, and we sat right across from the Apollo in Harlem and watched people come and go. It was awesome, man. But anyway, so I started doing that at this party, and I'm drinking, and I'll go back over to the keg and fucking get myself another beer. So I'm getting pretty lit up. I'm pretty high. But I'm alone, right? The way I want to be. I'm like, dude, if somebody comes over here and sees this look on my face as I'm like, look, that's surveying the room, and it gets, you know, whatever. It's their loss. And it happened to be this chick that sat down next to me, right? And this chick that I told you, I had nothing going on with her romantically, right? She sat down next to me, and her fucking attitude was infectious, bro. She was so funny. She sat down next to me, and she was like, hey, you're in a bad fucking mood. Right? And I was like, yeah, well, you know, the guys like dragged me or whatever to the fucking party, and I'm just like, you know, she's like, what's going on? I'm a little heartbroken. She was like, Tammy, right? And I was like, yeah, you know, always Tammy for me. It's like, why do you put up with that shit? She started talking to me like a human being, right? About Tammy, not trying to get a gotcha on me or, you know, whatever, like my friends were. And so I opened up to her a little bit as we're sitting there, and my mood elevated, right? And I started like wanting to drink more, and I was like, hey, I brought some weed. Do you want to smoke? She's like, oh yeah, fuck yeah. So we went around back and we smoked up. Came back in, our fucking chair was still there, so we just went and got a couple more beers. We were both lit, right? And party was breaking up, you know, like Brandon was like, hey, I don't mean to kick people out, but I gotta kind of watch the place, and I'm about to crash. It's like 3 a.m. or something, right? He's like, so I'm asking you guys to wrap it up. And we're like, no, dude, it's chill. Let us get out of here. And Morgan, he is not a drinker, or at least not when we went out to parties. He liked to drink when he was somewhere where he would be sleeping. He was like a built-in sober driver. He was a pothead. So he was our pothead sober driver, right? Because he wasn't going to get drunk like that at a party. And he was the driver, right? And so she asked, like, I'm about to leave. And I was like, hey, you know, I'm going to take off because my ride is leaving. Hey, baby. Oh, shit. Good choice. Just plain, like good old fucking standard Modelo's.
Yeah.
Modelo Especial.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
And the gas station was still open, so that's what I gotta do.
Oh, awesome. Well, that's good. I'm glad it was an easy trip then. But
Yeah,
cheers.
I was looking-
Hey, clink, clink, clink me. Cheers to you. Beautiful summer night. I was in the middle of the story, so let me finish that real quick. Ooh, that has like a fruity, not like sweet, but like, anyway. So this chick is like, hey, can I cop a ride from you guys? I live right near Morgan, like a couple blocks. And I knew kind of like the apartment complex she lived in. It was right by a park in town. I knew it well. I was like, oh yeah, dude, let me ask Morgan, but I don't think that's gonna be a problem. It's just gonna be tight. You're gonna have to sit like on my lap or something. And she was like, that's fine. And she gave me this look, and that was the first indication I had that I was like, I've been rizzing this whole time. Rizzing wasn't a term that we used, but you know, to put it in the Zoomy language, I've been charisma-ing it up with, and this chick is hot for me. I was like, oh. Well, that'll show Tammy. No, anyway, that is what went through my mind. I'm a dirty dog. Well, at least I was when I was a fucking teenager, bro. I think every teenage boy is a dirty dog, right?
Dude, that gas station has had enough of the Zoomies.
Oh, yeah?
They had a sign that says no more than 3 students allowed in the store at a time.
Oh, bro, that's because we were, dude, like, I see, and the reason I say it is I was a teenage boy. We were menaces.
Yeah.
They used to do the same shit back when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Like, the Johnny Quick was our hangout of choice, but depending on who was there was one dude that was not having it with me and my group of friends.
Yeah.
Because we had memed on him too many times. We'd been fucking loud out front. He caught us smoking weed out there one time and chased us off. He was fucked. But he wasn't always there. So we would peek in and see if he was there. And if he wasn't, then we would go in and get our shit. But that was our hangout spot, our meetup spot. For like, if you didn't know what you wanted to do after school, you went to the Johnny Quick parking lot. That's where my friends would meet up. So anyway, she gets in the car. She's on my lap. We're sitting in the back seat with two other dudes, and then there's, you know, the driver Morgan, and then one more dude in the front seat, right? And she immediately, as soon as we sit down and she gets on my lap, she straddles me, right? She doesn't sit on my lap like you would expect a chick doing it because there's no room in the car, right? She straddles me and immediately just attaches herself to my face. Just like immediate, like fucking dry humping. We went from like 0 to like 80 miles an hour in 1 second, bro. It was, and we were sloppy ass drunk, but you know, that made me feel okay about it because it was like, you know, I'm not taking advantage of anything here. And I wasn't even trying to get in this girl's pants. I didn't even know what I was doing was attractive. I thought I was being the most unattractive dude ever, whining about his ex or whatever the fuck. And this chick found it really hot. But I just went with it. And it was the farthest I'd gone sexually at that point in my life. Like, I didn't lose my virginity until 18. Like fully, but it was the first like hand job I got ever, and it was in front of two other dudes. Well, not in front of them, but like next to them. I mean, she reached in and fucking was like, I guess I didn't get to completion or whatever, but like she was jerking me off. She was like cramming my hand down her pants. It was like the first like real like, well, it wasn't my first of that, but you know what I mean? Like, it was a rarity for me to get that because the chick I was in love with all of high school was like very coy with it. Anyway, it was crazy. It went from 0 to 100, and I had a moment of clarity. And you guys are gonna fucking hate me for this because my friends fucking make fun of me to this day. If I hung out with Morgan, he would mention this and laugh at me about it. Well, probably not because he ended up dating that chick later. Never mind, I forgot that. But you know, another dude that was there, Rodney, he would probably fucking make fun of me for this because like everybody, like so we got to her apartment to drop her off first, and then we were gonna go back to Morgan so I could get in my car after I sobered up over there and go home. And so we get to her place, and Morgan's like, "All right, this is your place," and she goes, "My parents are at work. Do you want to come up? I want to fuck your brains out." And I had this moment of clarity, right, where I imagined us at school, and we had this class together with a teacher we used to like making fun of, but it was good natured because that teacher would give it back. But we were like a team of class clowns against this kind of stuck up, stodgy math teacher who was really good natured about it, right? And I imagined all of that being weird, right? Weird the next day, like now we won't talk to each other because we fucked when we were hella drunk and fucked up, right? And so she's straddling me, right? And our pants are undone, my dick is out, the whole nine. Like, we could have fucked there, basically. And she's saying she's ready to go fucking now, and her parents are out and not gonna be home for fucking like 6 hours. It's chill. I was like about ready, but that fucking picture in my mind of us chilling at school and that being changed, I told her, I said, I can't do this, I'm sorry. I said, I'm a virgin, and it's not even that though, because like you're hot as fuck, but I just don't want to fuck up like our friendship and shit. She looked at me like, because I told her, you know, like I basically in a very drunken, slurred way, I told her like, I don't want to fuck up our chill nature with something that isn't going to mean much but an orgasm to me. I mean, I probably wasn't that eloquent about it, right? Because I was in the car with other people and I was whispering in her ear as she's fucking dry humping me. Well, it wasn't even all that dry humping at this point. Let's just say that it was very close to virginity losing moment. And she looked at me though after I said that, and she said, you know what? That's chill. That's cool. All right, thank you guys for the ride. She just got out, and I was like, and the guy, my friends looked at me like as soon as she got up the stairs, because she lived on the second story of this apartment complex. My friends looked at me and they were like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And I was like, what? And they're like, dude, she was down to fuck. She was ready to go, dude. We saw it. We all saw what you guys were doing. Like, we're not retards. Like, what was that? Why did she just leave? And I was like, because like we're friends and I don't want to fuck that up at school. I don't want it to be weird. I have like 3 classes with her this year, you know? And they were like, you're fucking gay, dude. I swear to God, dude, you're a faggot, bro. You're a fucking... And I was just like, whatever. But anyway, I ended up being vindicated, at least personally, not publicly. The next day, although there's more to this story after that, but the next day my phone rings, and it was before caller ID was widespread, so I pick it up, and it's this chick that I'd made out with and almost fucked. And she goes, hey, Paul. And I was like, oh, here we go, dude. She's gonna fucking yell at me for hurting her feelings or some shit, right? And she goes, I just wanted to say thank you for, like, not taking advantage of, you know, us both being worked up and, like, thinking about it. Because she was like, I'm totally chill, like, with you at school, and I wouldn't want to fuck that up either. I think we're really cool friends, and I really don't, I'm not looking to, like, date anybody, but yeah, you're right, like, it probably wouldn't have gone anywhere. I just want to let you know that that was really chill, because I think most of your friends would have fucked me. And I was like, yeah, they made fun of me pretty hard for it. She was like, well, you know, you can, whatever, you can tell them that I said that it was chill. And I was like, well, I'll tell them, it won't matter, but it's not about that. I was like, I'm glad we're chill. And we were from that, but, right, there's more to the story, all right? It goes deeper. You know how high school lore is, right? So what gets out about Paul's ego? What gets back to Tammy? From the party, probably from somebody in my fucking circle, the little bastards. What gets back to Tammy? What finds its way through the game of fucking high school telephone? Keep in mind, pre-cell phone, pre-social media. What gets back to Tammy? You got it, Matt Blank. Paul fucked so-and-so. Paul and so-and-so were all over each other when they pulled away in the car at the party, and they went to her place and they fucked. That gross noise, right? So this gets around to my on-again, off-again girlfriend, who was off again, by the way, at the time, right? And so I'm walking from class to class. I'm actually fucking stoked, because my day is over. I'm going to 7th period, which is drama. I had 7th period, drama 3-4. So it was my favorite class of the day. It was my chill day. I would probably be there way after school, right? Working on a show, working a monologue, working on a scene with somebody, right? My favorite fucking thing in the world. I'm like basically just like fucking vibing. And I hear Tammy, right? And she's saying shit like, if you were to know Tammy, she was very demure. Demure is not the right word. She was very meek. Meek is not the right word. She was very quiet. Especially quiet and non-aggressive is how I would describe Tammy in a social situation, right? So I hear her yelling, "Fuck you, whore," at the top of her lungs. And I'm like, is that Tammy? And then I look up ahead, and there's a group of people gathered around, and they part enough as they're moving around and shit, spreading out, for me to see that it is Tammy. And she's yelling at this chick from the party. And the chick from the party is like, "What did you call me, Tammy?" She was like, "We're friends." She's like, "You're no fucking friend of mine. You fucked my boyfriend." And she's like, "Oh, he's your boyfriend now? Does he know that?" She's like, "Fuck you, you snaggletooth dyke," is what she called her, which, okay, the girl had like crooked teeth. She was still hot as fuck. She was beautiful. So I was like, and then I don't know where the dyke came from. And that set off that chick, because that chick was Mexican. And she was like, "What the fuck did you just call me? Fucking bitch, cracker bitch, fucking, I'll fuck you up right here in front of everybody." And that was when I was like, whoa, 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 okay, ladies, can we not, you know, and then fucking Tammy just, as soon as she saw me, she turned around on her heel and started crying and left and ran for the drama room. And I was like, oh my fucking God. And so I turn around, and that chick is there, and she's like, "Did you tell her we fucked?" And I said, "No." I said, I don't know where the rumor came from, but I would never tell. If we had fucked, I wouldn't tell her we fucked. Are you crazy? And she was like, fucking rumor shit. I was like, I'm sorry though for what she said. I was like, that was out of pocket, and I'm sorry it's me that you get that flack. But she's like, I don't put that on you. She's like, people are talking, they don't even know what fucking happened. We didn't fuck. It's chill. We're friends. And I was trying to tell it to that bitch, and I was like, look, please just don't beat her ass. I'll talk to her. I'll let her know we didn't fuck. I'll find out if I can who it was what told her that. Because whoever that is, I need to talk to. And she was like, all right, I'll ask around too. And I was like, cool. You know, we were chill immediately, right? I walked away, fucking chill with her. But I was like, no, I gotta go face Tammy, right? I don't even know how deep in the lore you guys want me to go with this fucking stupid high school bullshit. But basically what had happened is that Tammy had basically done me dirty recently, and I'd kind of like called things off with her. Because I had assumed it was our junior year, and there's junior prom, right? And I'd assumed she'd go with me. We were like kind of a thing. We were an item at school. Like we were going around, as we called it. Like we didn't, boyfriend, girlfriend was like another step to a lot of people. I'm hooked. Okay, you want me to go way deep in this fucking stupid ass high school lore? Okay, fair enough. Tammy and I were on again, off again, because she would never commit to being my girlfriend. We were going around. It was known that we were together, but we weren't like official. But we were official as soon as I tried to fuck around with anybody. It was that, right? And I've given up being mad at her about that. There's a lot of people that are like that in the world, okay? And it just happened to be the first woman that I would say, look you straight in the face and say, I was in love with that person. I don't think that just because you're a teenager in high school means that you can't love someone, right? And so I loved this girl, right? You got to keep that in mind. And I assumed that we were going to go to the junior prom together. And she was like, oh, I want to go with this other guy. And I was like, what? And she goes, well, look, Paul, we're going to go to the prom, senior prom together. That's like a sure thing. We're going to do the backwards dance together this year. She was like, why can't I go to prom with somebody else? And I was like, why would you want to? Why would you want to? Well, he asked me first, and you hadn't even asked me. I was like, you know what I mean? So she had pulled that shit on me, and that's why I got pissed off and like was like, you know what? Fuck it. Have fun with him. I'm done. I'll ask somebody else. Don't be like that. And I was like, well, whatever. You're being like that, so I'll be like that too. Peace. And I'd fucking pieced off, put her on fucking D&D. Well, there was no D&D back in the day, but you know what I mean? I would just, when I'd answer the phone and it was her, I would just let it go to my fucking answering machine, right? And if it was her, I'd just let it go. And so we were at that point, and then this happens. Now she thinks I fucked some chick, and now she hates some chick that she was chill with because we're all in drama together. They were chill like literally the day before. So it's a total high school meltdown moment. And I'm thinking like, I'm gonna go fight with Tammy now. Like she's gonna have a fight with me. Dude, I went in the back room, which was like the dressing room. It was like the fuck room, basically. I couldn't find her anywhere. I went in the dressing rooms, which were never used for anything other than the dressing rooms if there was an active show. So you could go there and work two-person scenes, make out with your girl, whatever. She was there, and as soon as I saw her, she ran over to me and fucking jumped into my arms. I didn't even get a chance to tell her I didn't fuck that girl. She was like, I want to go to the prom with you. And I was like, well, I already asked somebody else, so too late. She was like, what? And I'd asked a friend of mine. I said, I asked so-and-so. We're going as friends. And you can go with your guy, and if you want to dance with me over there, we can. You're right. We're going to go to the fucking senior prom. I asked somebody else. Well, did you fuck? Is it so-and-so? And I was like, no, it's not so-and-so. I didn't ask so-and-so. I asked, and I told her who I asked. And it was a mutual friend of ours that she knew we were platonic. She knew it wasn't going to be a thing. And she was like, well... She was like, I heard from, and I was like, who told you? And I found out who told. It was a fucking guy. Not a guy in my friend group, but a guy that was at the party that, you know, I was friends with, but he's just a fucking loser. And he'd said, she overheard him talking to another group of people spreading the game of telephone. And so I told her, honest to goodness, I didn't fuck that chick. We made out. I'm not gonna lie to you. She was like, well, why did you do that? I was like, stop. You won't even call me your boyfriend. You don't get to cry if I make out with a chick at a party. You don't even really get to be mad if I fuck a chick at the party. Please, don't leave me, don't leave me, don't leave me. And I fucking, we didn't fuck, but we were real close for a couple of months after that. That's the way it worked. It was crazy. D&D means do not disturb. Like putting your phone on do not disturb, or blocking her, like silencing her ringtone or whatever the fuck, right? That was not a thing because there was no cell phones. But that type of relationship is really manipulative, but I think she was way too young to know exactly what she was doing. And we talked as adults and kind of came to terms with our, because we still had, I think we both still had feelings for each other as adults. And I was married, and she was in and out of different relationships. Neither one of us wanted to get together, though. It wasn't that. It was just acknowledging that we had residual shit from high school. We talked it out, and it was pretty much settled. I don't feel that, I think about her all the time because she's one of the women that I've loved in my life. But I don't think about her wistfully or longingly. I don't think we would have been good together. As adults, I think we're very, very different types of people, right? My first relationship was kind of like that. Unfortunately, she was 8 years older than me. Yeah, this girl was exactly my age. Well, not exactly, but she was younger than me, but in the same year by a couple months, right? Hold on one sec. I'm just gonna stretch. I'm not gonna do all my stretches. I'm just gonna stretch my legs a little bit. Sitting in this chair fucking murders me. I might swap it out for this other chair, but I don't think it'll be better. I don't know. We'll see. What's a good leg stretch? Just fucking hamstring stretch. Bending at the waist always feels good for me, so I'll do that. Okay. What's another good one? This one? Yeah. Oh yeah, the calf stretch. That feels really good. I want to get cramps, but get a good deep stretch. My ankles, my feet, toes. Oh, that hammy. That calf. Ugh. Alright. That's another good one. Now there's some really good ones. There's this one, right? The side one. Oh, that's tough for me. That's tough on my knee. Okay, well, anyway, my legs feel better. It's better. Okay. We were saying, yeah. I'm listening into the crickets and the running commentary I have with myself, trying to figure out how to stretch. You went alone. I mean, hey, at least you went, bro. That's kind of a Chad move. That's a Ducky move. Great story. Thanks. Dude, I'm telling you guys, if you like those types of stories, dude, high school lore goes deep. I'm a storyteller, if anything. I've cataloged a lot of crazy shit that doesn't really mean anything to anybody but me anymore. Because I've always thought of my life that way. And the high school stories, dude, the lore is so deep, bro. You know that guy Morgan that I'm talking about? Guess who he was in love with? I gave you three guesses. Morgan, the guy I was in the car with, who was he in love with at that time? Her name starts with a T and ends with an Amy. Dun, dun, dun. High School shit, bro. Nope, it was Tammy, bro. Excuse me. Sorry for the burps, but beer. Time you got your car stolen was scary as fuck. That's a crazy story, bro. I mean, I'll tell it if you guys want to hear it, but it's I'm telling you, it's not a happy-go-lucky fun story, right? I was the victim of a pretty fucking harsh crime when I was 16 years old. A lot of people don't survive what happened to me, and I survived it. And because of that, my whole life changed, and my whole mentality and mental health changed forever and always. And it's a big turning point in my life. I don't mind talking about it. It's therapeutic for me to talk about it. But I'm warning you, it's got a very different vibe than this, like, no consequences, high school drama, right? It happened to me when I was in high school, but it's not high school drama. So I just, like most people say, do tell, but really, like, if you want to hear me tell the story, reach out in the chat and say yes or no, because I don't want to kill the vibes for anybody who's not looking for downer shit. It's not a very fun story. There might be some funny moments in it, but ultimately it's a really crazy story. And by the way, if you don't watch me often, or if you're new to me, you can fact check me on this story if you want. You can look up my name, you can look up Fresno, you can look up crimes from this fucking year, right? Like, this is gonna sound like a crazy story, okay? So I'm letting you know that, like, right off the top, this is going to sound like something that somebody's making up for clout, but there's public records that back up my story, okay? And this has been researched by people in my own fan base, and I invite you to do it yourself, okay? That being said, I was 16 years old, and I was talking to Tammy on the cordless phone. To my reckoning, at around 11 o'clock at night. I was up past bedtime. Oops, hold on. I'm gonna want to chain smoke through this, so give me a second. Let me kill my lungs a little more. That makes sense. I was just trying to think. I hate when I have something like that I know. I was thinking about it the other fucking day, and now I can't think of it, but it'll come to me.
Your door to your office?
Oh yeah. But I don't want him to, depending on when he comes, and I could even take a break. So you could text me and be like, you know, because I could just mute up for like 10 minutes while he swaps that out
We'll
too.
see. Like, I'll make sure to keep my ringer on, so if they call first thing in the morning.
It would sure be nice to be able to close it and not have him nose in
Yeah.
and not have Cricket nose in, right? And just keep it like a pet-free zone when I'm not in there. Because he's always getting into a fucking bag of shit that I ordered or like something some leftover that I left on the desk. He'll just eat it. He's fucking crazy. Okay, anyway, story time. I was right at the beginning, so I'm just gonna start from the start and then take it away. I'm sorry, baby. This thing divides the table in a fucked up way. I'm gonna start putting my drink over here, and we're gonna get rid of this because it's empty and has been. And we're gonna get rid of this Arizona can too because it's also empty. Oh yeah, 2 for 2. I'll get it in a minute. All right. Just found the document from the court, October 20th, 1997. That tracks. So I guess I would be 17 then when this happened to me. Not 16, but that tracks. Okay.
But bro, you're being a little weird looking.
No, it's fine. I actually told them to.
Okay.
Because I told them, I said, the story I'm about to tell you sounds incredible. Yeah. And it's backed by public record, and I invited them to look it up. So here's the deal. I was on the phone with my girlfriend, Tammy. It's around 11 o'clock at night by my memory, although don't hold me to that. It's been many, many years. She had to go. I had to go. So I get off the phone with her. I was sitting in my car, right? I had this cordless phone. I take it back in the house, put it on the charger, come back out to my car to smoke a cigarette and listen to the radio. I had a really nice stereo system in my car at the time, although the car was a piece of shit. It was a 1981 Ford Tempo 5-speed. White. Fucking banging car. On beautiful 9s, bro. Or 10s, or whatever they were. 9-inch fucking wheels, bro? Come on, dude. You don't even know how deep you're rolling. Yeah, I was probably listening to The Perfect Drug. I had like the Perfect Drug remix album, and that was what I was spinning all day, every day at that point in my life. So it might have been that. And as I'm sitting there smoking a cigarette, I noticed 2 dudes. They were black guys. Not that it matters, but it's pertinent to the story, I guess, at some point. Walking by, right? It's like, 11:30 at night, maybe midnight at this point, right? It's a little weird, but I'm like, whatever. I'm out here fucking bumping tunes at midnight, so I can deal with it. They walked up and around the corner. It wasn't a cul-de-sac that I lived in, but it was like a big U-bend of a road, right? And I was at the end of the U, so they walked up and around the corner, and I was like, whatever. I'm parked out in front of the house, not in the driveway or anything. And I'm not paying attention, and I go to swap out my CD and maybe like grab another cigarette or something. And when I look up, these dudes are like maybe 10 feet from the car, maybe a little farther. They got ski masks on now. They didn't before. I could see their hair and stuff from the back and see what color they were and all of that. It becomes pertinent when you're talking to cops. So yeah, they came back, that ski masks, and I kind of froze. There was like this panic fight or flight thing, right? And it was like my mind was telling me start the car and peel the fuck out, but that gun was already out, bro. He already had the gun out by the time that I saw them, or whipped it out immediately after I became aware of him, and that gun was leveled at me, dude. And I just froze, bro. And he came right over to the fucking driver's side, told me to roll the window down. I did. Told me to get out of the car. I did. Told me to get the keys to the car. I did. Pulled those out of the ignition. Told me to go around back and open the trunk. I did. Popped the trunk. But you guys remember I told you I had nice speakers. In the 90s, that meant you had subwoofers in your car. I had 2 12-inch Lanzar box subwoofers. Big fucking boom. And it filled the trunk of that tiny little fucking micro sedan that I had, right? And I was like, I'm not gonna fit. He told me to pop the trunk, and he said, get in there. So he was trying to get me to get in the trunk of my car. And it is my belief that my fucking booming sound system saved my life that day. Because I think if they would have got me in the trunk, they would have been free to drive me wherever. It wouldn't have been weird. They would have been driving around with a dude in the car. They could have just left me in the car and driven me somewhere, left me overnight. I think they were planning on killing me that way. Taking me somewhere else, chopping me up. I don't know what the fucking plan was, but it all changed because there was like $1,200 worth of merchandise in the backseat of my, or in the trunk of my little shitbox car. They know that. So they're not going to tell me rip that shit out of there and get in the trunk. So they told me, fuck. All right, give me the keys. So I give the keys to the guy, get in the back seat, right behind the driver. And so I did. And it was at that moment, like people will ask me, like, was there ever a moment where you thought about like fighting? There were two. Fighting or running. There were two. One of them was that moment. And I'm not trying to do like a hero shot thing, but like people ask me, like, why didn't you just make a run for it? Like they might have missed you, they might have winged you or something, but you could have got indoors. And I was like, do you know who was indoors? My father, my mother, and or my stepmom, my sisters. Like, I didn't want these dudes with a gun chasing me through that front door, and now my whole family's, and you know, so like that kept me from running. Like that kept me from running, right? And fighting is really like, you can think about it in your head, but when you've got a gun in your face, it tames the savage beast quite a bit, you'll find. Well, I'll tell you how the cops tracked them down in a minute, but we're not even there yet. So I get in the back seat. One of them jumps in the front seat and starts the car. I'm in immediately. The other dude is in the back seat, in the passenger side back seat, sitting right next to me, and he lays the gun against my head. I'll never forget it. It was hard. Like something from a movie and shit. Like he put the barrel against my head, and he pushed my head. And he's like, this is right here. Like he said something about it being right here, motherfucker. Like it made me know that it was there, right? So I was like, fuck. And so this dude starts up the car and immediately tries to go, and it stalls out. He doesn't know how to drive stick, or he's not super familiar with it. This guy's like, fuck, man, you don't know how to drive this fucking car? He's like, no, it's all fucked up. It's like, it's a stick, man, you gotta push the thing. He's like, I know. So finally he gets it going. That's one of the little details I remember about it. They peel out, not like peel out as good as they could do in a Ford Tempo 5-speed. They take off out of the neighborhood. My neighborhood was pretty adjacent to an on-ramp to the 99 freeway, and they went 99 south out of town, which out of Fresno, I mean, you've been 99 south out of Fresno with me. There's nothing, right, for a long time. It's farm, empty field. And they drove for, to my memory, about an hour in total. But part of it was, at some point they pulled off the freeway. Now at some point I'm getting ahead of myself. They're rifling through my shit. Dude's got a gun to my head, and he's using his other hand to go through like my backpack. He's like, what's in this shit? And I'm like, books. It's my school shit. It's like books from school. And he goes, where's the weed at? And I go like, I don't have any weed on me, dude. I was like, I'm smoking cigarettes. He goes, when we came by the first time, we smelled weed, motherfucker. Where's the weed at? Like pushing that gun, right? And I was like, dude, if I had weed, you think I'm gonna not give it to you? What do you think, I'm gonna die over weed? What kind of shoes you got on? I showed him my shoes. They were floppy shit. Like he was just suddenly like coming to the realization that he'd robbed a kid that didn't have a lot of money.
Yeah, besides the speakers.
Right. You probably heard the beats. Said they smelled weed, but it was probably just fucking, you know, sometimes smoke does weird shit on the wind. Maybe they caught a whiff of their own shirt, plus that, and they were like, damn, there's weed, you know, I don't know. I've done that before. But I don't know what it was, but I have no weed. I wasn't going to die over a baggie of weed. If I'd had weed, I'd been out there smoking it, and they, you know, they wouldn't have gotten it anyway, because it would have been smoked. But anyway, so he's going through my shit, he's going through my wallet. At one point, I mean, this is where it gets kind of dark, right? He goes through my wallet. I have my driver's license, you know, I'm 16 or something. I think it was October of 97, then I would have had to be 17. So, yeah, I had my driver's license, obviously. It's got my fucking mom's address on it, which is not the address that they picked me up at. So I was thankful that they didn't have that address. So they didn't really, like, because I was parked on the street, so I could have been one of, like, 3 houses,
Yeah.
maybe, right?
Or more, depending.
Or more, depending on, you know, me. Maybe I pulled down the street to get away from my dad or something, right? They just know I'm from that hood. But now they've got my mom's address, where my other little sisters live, where my mom lives. And he started to psychologically torture me. Like, we're gonna fucking go kill your whole family after this. What do you think about that? And I was like, well, I hope that's untrue. What does it feel like to know that like you're gonna be dead and there's nothing you can do to warn them, and we're just gonna go over there and we're gonna fucking rob them too? And I was like, well, it makes me feel fucking awful. Right? It sucks. You know, and he's like, well, that's what's gonna fucking happen. You give us any fucking shit, bro. You do everything we say, and maybe, and he pulled my whole fucking driver's license out with his free hand, slapped me in the face with it. Maybe we don't go to this address. And I was like, all right, fair enough. And he goes, so put your fucking head down and don't put it up. Down like that, right? Put your head down in your lap. And then he put the gun against the base of my skull, and that's where it rested for what felt like about an hour. It was probably about an hour. One of the memories I have from that is they asked me, because they were going through my shit, they turned on what I was playing, and it was 9 Inch Nails or some shit, and so they weren't into that. They're like, man, where the fuck are all your CDs and shit? And I was like, they're in the floor right there. He's like, man, you ain't got nothing in here, blah, blah, blah. The guy was trying to drive and go through my CDs, and then he found, like, Bone Thugs and Harmony. CD that I had. Or no, that's not true. He didn't find a CD. He just saw that the CDs were there, but he was driving and he couldn't go through them and shit. And so he went on the radio. And on the radio was Bone Thugs and Harmony, Meet You at the Crossroads, which if you've ever listened to it is a song about somebody like mourning people who have been shot. Right? It's basically, that's what it's about. It's about all the people that you know that have been killed in the fucking streets. You know what I mean? Pour one out for the homies kind of song, right? And they grooved to it, and they cranked it all the way up because my system was banging, and they loved that. They listened to that radio station really loud, so thankfully I couldn't. They didn't. That meant that I could listen to something that wasn't them torturing me psychologically. So, but that's the only song I remember being on the radio, because I was like, you know, I was fucking young, but I'd read Shakespeare, and I was like, what sweet irony is this? You know? Like,
Didn't you say it ruined that completely?
yeah, I can't really listen to that song. I mean, that song was pretty chill, but it actually, like, ruined Bone for me, because all of their shit sounds like that. So I'm just not a guy that's, like, I won't run away screaming or anything, but I don't throw it on. It's not on my playlists, I'll tell you that fucking much. Yeah, it just makes me think bad things. It you know, triggers PTSD, basically. So anyway, some point I felt them get off the freeway. And I knew that at the point, for the distance they'd gone, I mean, I've been up and down that freeway a billion times, right? Even at 17, me and my friends go to fucking Magic Mountain all the time. We would drive into LA just to chill, right? I'd been up and down 99 a million times. I know what 1 hour south of Fresno is. It's the middle of fucking nowhere, okay? Middle of nowhere. They pull off somewhere and they're driving around, and like, I was trying to, like, in my mind, picture where they might be. I could feel like the road was bumpy, so I was like, all right, they're off the fucking main roads. They're probably not in town somewhere. They probably didn't stop in one of these little shit towns, so they're probably off in the fucking farms and the orchard kind of roads, frontage roads, and like roads with numbers on them. I was trying to pay attention. At one point it felt like they just circle. Like I was taking notice as I could of which way they were turning based on the momentum of the car, right? And when they first turned off the freeway, it was like they went on for a while, and then it was left, and then it was right, you know. And I can't remember all the turns they made, but at one point I felt like it was like they turned right, then they turned right, then they drove for a while, then they turned right, then they drove for a while, then they turned right, then they drove for a while, then they turned right. So it was like they made a big block. So I think that maybe at this point, and maybe when they had the fucking music turned up, they talked without me being able to hear it. And I think that that may be the point they decided not to kill me. So the idea was to take me out in the middle of nowhere so they would have time to get away with the car.
And count on the threat of
I
going to your house.
right. And count on the threat of going to my house, plus just being fucking bewildered by the whole experience because they had a plan for me. But that I would not go get help and they would be able to get away before I was able to report the crime. And to be honest with you, it's October. It's fucking freezing at that point, right in the middle of the night. What they had planned, well, anyway. So at some point the car stops, and I can tell we're on dirt, which is crazy. Because that means like we've gone off the main roads and now we're off in an orchard somewhere. And I look up and we're not in an orchard, thankfully, but we're like field. Headlights, darkness all around me. He says, get out of the car. Pushes my head with the gun again. So I'm like, all right. So at this point in my mind, I think I'm dead. Why would they bring me all the way fucking out here to like have a talk with me? They've already robbed me. I've given them everything. There's no way I can call anybody for help. They brought me out here to kill me. So I'm like, that was the moment, right? People ask me like, did you think you were gonna die or did you have hope? That's the moment where it really sunk home for me. Like, you might not survive this shit. Comply or no. But, you know, and people ask what that's like, and I'm not trying to be like a brave guy about it, but I faced it pretty bravely, I think. Like, because there was nothing I could do. You know, he had the gun on me the whole time. He would have just ended me. Like, I grew up around guns. It was a 9mm with an extended clip, a legal extended clip in California. It's a killer gun. He would have put a hole like that in me from the ranges he had it. You know, it was fucked, right? The exit wound would have been nasty. My mom would have had a closed casket, the whole nine, right? So I faced it pretty serenely. I kind of like was in shock, I think, at the realization is now that I think about it. I think it was a shocking thing that happened to me, right? And I got out and the guy driving kind of pushed me in front of the car, like shoved me so I was standing kind of like not in front of the headlights, but next to the where the headlights were shining in the middle of this like dirt road or like partially paved road. It was just like an off road, right? His friend gets out of the passenger side and comes around the back with the gun, right? So that was like another time I could have run, but like, where am I gonna go? You know, I'm a fat kid, I'm in the middle of nowhere. These two guys are not fat guys, so they're gonna catch me and then what, I die panting? That's okay.
Well, a bullet's always faster.
True. I'm not gonna outrun a bullet. I'm not gonna fucking dodge and weave and get away and fucking, I'm not, you know, built that way. I mean, I'm a fat guy, I was a fat kid then. So, you know, I'd made my peace with whatever, and I just hoped that my compliance with them meant what they said, that they weren't going to go hurt my family, because that would be fucked. So I just said, you know, that's really what it was. It was like, this is for them. This is so these guys go on about their business, and maybe they'll catch them, and maybe they won't. But if I die and my family lives, then I did the right thing here tonight. So he leveled the gun at me all gangster style, sideways. And he said to me, strip. Yeah, they only had one gun that I saw. And as far as the like police report goes, I don't remember them saying they found any other weapons on them. So as far as I know, they had one gun, right? So he says, strip to me, right? And I kind of balked at that because it was not what I thought I was going to hear. And I said, what? And he goes, are you deaf, motherfucker? Strip, you want to die? And I was like, nope. So I started taking my clothes off, right? Shoes, socks. I was like, everything? He was down to everything. Bare ass. Fair enough. So I took my beanie off, took my fucking shit, you know, my fucking everything, right? Piled it up. My shoes, my socks, my shorts, my undies. Bare ass naked. Dead middle of the night. Probably like, at this point, it's probably 1 to 1:30 a.m. in the middle of November, right? Pretty cold. I could have been freezing to death, right, if I was in Colorado or something. I'm not claiming it was like snow flurries or nothing, but like look at the fucking average temperature of California around that time, like we're at Fresno, where I grew up at that in that year too, because global warming, it had started, but it hadn't kicked in yet. It was cold as a witch's tit. Can I just say that? Cold as a well digger's ass, okay? Have you ever told your family that they did that? No, I've never told my family this story like this. Told them what happened, but I've never, like the story has evolved over the years too. It's gotten more complex and detailed. There are still details about the story I will never tell you. There are details about this story I don't even think I've told my wife. There are things about this story that were uniquely humiliating that only the cops have heard and weren't used as part of the prosecution on my request. Let's put it that way. Not horrible, I wasn't raped or anything, I'm not trying, just things that were said to me during this psychological torture time that were really harmful and scarring, okay? This was one of those. So they, once I was naked, took some time to humiliate me and then said, you see that field over there? And he pointed with the gun, gestured with the gun. And I looked and I said, yeah. He said, walk. And if you turn around, I'm going to be standing right here and I'm going to shoot you right in your fucking head. And I said, fair enough. I didn't mention they made me throw my shit in the car, right, at that point. So throw all your shit in the car and then walk, right? There I go. I'm butt naked, stark naked, no shoes, no socks, no underwears, nothing. Butt naked to the world. I walk into this field. It was not a nice, soft farm field like you might imagine. This was untilled, fallow winter field. It was thorny, rocky, chunky. It cut my feet immediately. My feet were hamburger at the end of all of this because I ended up having to walk 1.5 miles with no shoes through untilled field to get where I was going because I was afraid to go back to the road. But anyway, I walked out there, I kept walking. Eventually I heard the car doors slam. Eventually I heard the car start, heard the car drive away. I kept walking though because I was like, it's a trick. He's right behind me. I kept thinking I was hearing footsteps, quiet footsteps. That was a tough time because they'd been really cruel to me. And so I thought, this is another part of that cruelty. One of them has driven off and one of them has stayed here to kill me. So I kept walking. And finally, at some point, I collapsed and just started sobbing. Oh. And at that point, at some point after sobbing for a while, it was like nature kicked in. You're going to freeze out here. You got to get somewhere. You got to assess where you are if you can. So I got up, I looked back towards the road. I couldn't really see, but I couldn't see the car either. So I was like, they're gone. And I was like, nobody's around me. I was in the moonlight. But I could also see that there's nothing around me either. And then right off in the distance, way off, pinprick of unnatural light. And that ended up being almost 2 miles away. It was a farmhouse in the middle of nowhere. I walked through the field, and a lot of people will ask me, like, why did you tear your feet up like that? Why didn't you just go back to the road? Because I was afraid those guys were patrolling the road. I was not in my right mind.
And it was the middle of the night. Who was going to be driving?
Well, but just, it would have been easier on my feet.
Yeah.
Right? It would have been better to walk on that road, even if it was a dirt road, than through all the thorns and grass and rocks and shit. This was like a fallow field. It was fucked. My feet are hamburger, but it's like adrenaline is kicked in now. I'm just like, well, I'll have to deal with that later. You know, the pain is secondary to me having to get to whatever that light is. I got there. Turns out to be a little farm place. And I'm like, okay, this is where like street-wise shit kicks in. Because I was raised in a little, not a farm, but like out in the boonies. And I know what my dad would have done if like a 300-pound fat dude showed up at fucking 2 in the morning, butt naked, pounding on the door and screaming. I might get shot here after surviving that. But once again, my mind is fucked because it's like shock and adrenaline and like a genuine feeling like my body's shutting down because I'm fucking shivering. So I went and found a flower pot of all things, the oddest fucking choice of the thing, right? Dumped out the flower pot. It was down the driveway a little bit. It was like a little plant. I dumped it out and it covered my penis and balls with it. Went up to the door and I rapped on the door. I tried not to pound, I just rapped and I said, please help me. And I just kept, please help me. So eventually it was like one of those metal security doors on the outside. And so I couldn't see inside, but I heard the inner door open and it was a woman's voice. And she said, what the fuck are you doing here? And I said, I'm sorry, I was robbed. They dumped me out here, ma'am. I'm not here to hurt your family or you. I just want you to call the cops. She said, I already called the fucking cops. Get off my porch. And I was like, yes, ma'am. Sorry. And, you know, I got down off the porch, lickety fucking split, and freezing as I was, and went down to the end of her driveway and sat there and kind of balled myself up, right, to try and keep warm, and just laid in the dirt until the cops came. And it took a while because I was out in the middle of fucking nowhere. So it was like a county sheriff that came. And it took them about as long to get there as it took the guys to drive me without the myriad turns and shit. So it was like 45 minutes or something that I sat out there, right? Fucked. But I survived that. When the cop showed up, I remember he was kind of brolic. How much have you been taking tonight, son? And what have you been taking? I said, sir, I'm not taking anything. I was robbed. Oh, you were robbed, were you? Why are you naked, son? Well, they took my clothes and dumped me out here, sir. Oh, and it's like, I was like, well, what's your license plate? I said, I don't remember my license plate number, sir. I'm sorry. Off the top of my head, I'm a little fucking freezing to death. But it's a white 1981 Ford Tempo 5-speed, white stock, everything. It's fucking easy to, you know, that's what it is. Okay, son, all right, get in here. And he got me that, it's the first time I ever had, you ever had one of those blankets, like the space blankets?
I mean, I've had one, I've never used it.
Yeah, they actually work. It was crazy how steamy that was, but he gave me that. I wrapped it around myself, and he said, get in the back, son. So at that point, he knew I wasn't lying, and I was naked as the fucking day I was born, so he knew I wasn't packing a gun or something. So he wasn't treating me like and so he called it in, right? He calls in the APB or whatever. As we're in the car, he's taking my statement, right? And I'm trying to help. I'm just saying, like, it was 2 black men. What age? I don't know. They seemed my age, or maybe 20s or something, maybe. Okay, what were they wearing? Ski masks, baggy pants. This one was wearing a red sweater. This one was wearing a yellow sweater, whatever it was. I can't remember the detail of that now. I gave him the whole thing, right? He calls it in. APB, be on the lookout for this, blah, 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 blah. So now, you got to imagine now, he's not speeding. He's taking me back to the Fresno Sheriff's Department, which is an hour from where we're at. It's a long ride. But I was nice and warm because the space blanket worked. And I was just in the back, just trying not to sob in front of this cop, right? And he's trying to do small talk with me, and that helped. It was nice of him to do that. And to give me a blanket, because I was frozen, man. He asked me about my feet. Are you gonna need a medic to look at your feet? I said, yes, sir, I think I am. I said, they're very messed up. He said, well, yeah. You know, he was very good about, like, other than getting that detail out of me, he was like, what do you do? I said, well, I'm in theater, sir, I do that. Oh, that's cool, you've been in plays, and my daughter does plays. I remember it helped. But at some point, something came through, and I remember it was just like the movies. You know, in the movies when you hear the police scanner and it goes, 75 cents on a point, we got search my day, please, two suspects in custody, and I was like, and he went, I'll never forget it, he went, wahoo, just like that. And he goes, son, we got him. He's like, them old boys, he's like, and he said, 10-4, I'm in route with the victim for the official statement and the paperwork. Good job. You know, like, I was like, what do you mean they got him? He was like, well, from what they said, they got in a high-speed chase. They've got your car. Your car got a little banged up, and they got both of the guys. And that's what they just told me on the radio. We'll know more when we get there. And I was like, fuck, that's crazy. Because what it meant in my mind was they caught these guys. They must have caught up with these guys before that APB, because it was like 45 minutes for the cop to get out there, another hour and a half for me to walk that fucking mile and a half that I walked, right? Through the fucking rocks, tiptoeing and shit. Crazy shit. So I was like, they must have been after these dudes already somehow, and they were. So it turns out, somebody said earlier, I bet those guys got caught because they were bumping. Well, maybe they were, but this is what was in the police report for the guy that tried to pull them over downtown Fresno in my car before the APB went out. He drove by them, and they were both wearing ski masks.
Yeah, you gotta take those off if you're just driving around.
No shit. These dudes drove an hour back to town and were taking my car wherever downtown they were gonna stash it in their ski masks. Cop lights them up for suspicious behavior. They run from the cop in a Crown Vic in a Ford Tempo 5-speed, 4-banger.
They maybe got up to like 90 or something.
85, and it was wobbling. You know what I mean? It was not a powerful car. So, and a Crown Vic is a V8. It's like, that's a big, fast fucking car. So they went running down 99, but this time they went north towards Madera, where I grew up. They got to a place, 99 and Avenue 12, decided they wanted to try and go up that, and either lost control because they tried to do it too quickly and at high speed, or changed their minds and kind of went down the side of the off ramp, and that's where the car got the front wheel broke off basically, and they couldn't drive it anymore. And then one of them bailed immediately. There were 5 cops or something like that in pursuit by that time, and one of them was a canine unit, so that was a bad choice. The other guy was non-compliant when told to get out, so there was another canine unit. So they got chewed up pretty bad by the dogs. By the time I got there, I kind of had to do the walk of shame. He said, "I'm sorry, son." He said, "I can go get you something. If you can cover yourself up with that blanket there, and I'll get you something as soon as we're inside. We're going to take you to a safe place, and you know, nobody will be there." But there was all these secretaries and like people that were working the late shift and shit smoking. I remember, and I was like, here we go. So of course they're like, when this cop is leading me in, and he's like, "Go on about your business." You know, he was a nice guy. They led me to what I assume was like an interrogation room, but it was just so I was out of the way. Yeah. And then they got me I'll never forget it. They got me a hazmat suit that was like 3 sizes too small for me. But at least I could put my legs and arms in it. I couldn't zip it up all the way past my gut.
But you got your dick away.
But yeah, my penis was out of the picture. You know, my ass was covered, so I was thankful for that. But like by the time I got there, the guys were already there in medical at the sheriff's office, getting cleared by the doctors because they were just superficially wounded. And he said, so a cop came in, and I'll never forget him. He was from a special gang task force in Fresno called MAGIC, a multi-agency gang enforcement cooperative. Anyway, he was a big dude, and his name was McKnight. It was right here on his shirt, and he was like kitted out more like a SWAT guy. And he was the dude they sent in to talk to me. And he said, "How are you doing, son?" And I looked up at him, and I was sitting there, and I was like, you know, "I'm all right. I'm alive. That's crazy." And he was like, "Yes." And I think he was trying to help, but he told me something that will haunt me till the day I die, because I'll never forget him saying it. He said, "You're a very lucky boy." And I said, "Yeah, I feel lucky." He said, No. So usually when people like this take someone, it's to kill them. He's like, "I haven't ever really heard of them letting somebody run or letting somebody go in your circumstances." And he looked at me being there naked. He was like, "I just haven't heard." He was like, "I'm very sorry that happened to you. And I'm very sorry to ask you what I have to ask you right now. Would you feel comfortable identifying these boys?" And this is where it gets murky when I tell this story, right? I was a teenage boy. I didn't know how to invoke counsel. I didn't know that that's what you should do before talking to the cops, even if you're the victim, probably. Because I told him, I said, "Sir, they were wearing ski masks. He was like, son, these boys were caught in your car with the gun that you described to the officer that responded to you, to your call. These are the boys that did this to you, and I'm just going to need you to say yes when I walk you in there. And I said, yes, sir. And so he said, all right, come with me. So he walked me in this room, and there was I'll never forget it. The black kid was sitting there on a like a medical bed, and there was a cop holding his face like this so that he couldn't look at me. And he was like bandaged on his leg where the dog had got him, or maybe he injured himself when he fell or something. I don't remember what it was. The first guy I saw, he had bandages on his leg. Cop was holding his face away, and he said, is this the man that the McKnight, the officer that was leading me through this, said, is this the man that did this to you? And I said, yes, like he told me to. And we went to the next room over, the next medical installment, same kind of thing. Dude laying on a thing, bloodied up, bandaged up, not able to look at me. Is this the man that did this to you? Yes, sir. Okay, all right, son, follow me. Walked me back to the room, told me that my dad was on the way, got me my clothes. Said, we found these, we searched through them. This is non-material evidence. We can give these back to you so you can get dressed. So I was thankful for that. I got my clothes back. My dad showed up. He was bewildered, as you might imagine, didn't know what the fuck to do. And then he took me home, and that was that, man. There was a trial because I was a minor. I was not compelled to testify in that trial, but I did have to be, testify at their arraignment. But I was not compelled to testify. The arraignment testimony was used in absentia because I was a minor. And so cross-examination was seen to be a fucking harsh thing to do to a minor that was the victim of a horrible crime. But I did have to face the dudes in jail, or not in jail, in court, with their lawyers present. And when I showed up to the courthouse that day, I had a court-appointed victims advocate lawyer. And he basically, and this is something that like people say, dude, this is whack about your story, like not untrue, but like this is a crazy part of my story that I didn't always tell people. That dude, I remember him, he was like fat kind of guy, like not super, but whatever, it doesn't matter. He came to me and he said, all right, so let's get your story straight. And I was like, do you know the names of the two men in there? And I said, no. Okay, it's this and this. Do you know which of those two men had the gun? I said, no, they didn't use any names. I really don't remember. And he was like, it was this man. Do you know which one of them drove the car? And I said, no. And he said, it was this man. Now you know. So when they ask you the question, you're going to point at Mr. So-and-so for the gun and Mr. So-and-so for the driver, okay? And I said, yes, sir. And he said, don't pay any attention to the guys that are in there. You don't have to look at them until they ask you to identify them. You look at them and you point. Who had the gun? It was Mr. So-and-so. Who was driving? It was Mr. So-and-so, right? I still have no idea if it was right. It was what they wanted. So I got up on the stand. The defense, I guess, what would be the state, I guess, questioned me first. I told my story again in detail. Thank you, sat down. The defense attorneys then got up one by one. How do you know that it was this guy? Objection, blah, 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 blah. I'm sitting there going like, fuck. I'm gonna have to say like, I don't. And does that mean that these guys are gonna walk free? So I was just like, I heard their voices and I saw their eyes. That wasn't covered by the ski masks. I remember their build. That was the one that had the gun. That was the one, I just stuck to it. And that was that. And some of that was true. What I remembered physically about the guys, because they weren't the same size. One was larger than the other. Neither of them was huge or fat. But one was noticeably taller, and the taller one was the one that talked and the one that had the gun. And that was the guy that they told me to point at. So in my mind, I didn't feel like it was necessarily wrong, but did I know, looking at these two men, that that's my memory was right in that all of that chaos? No. But whatever. And that was that.
Ultimately, they were equally culpable.
Not in California. Use a gun and you're done in California was in effect. So one of them was 17, the one with the gun, my age. So he was tried as an adult, and he got 25 to life because they threw the book. He was 3 strikes and you're out. He'd already been a juvenile delinquent, like with weapons involved, robberies, stick-ups, right? He had a rap sheet already, and so they threw the book. 25 to life. The one, this is the crazy part, the one that drove, 14. Went to juvie until he was 16, and from my knowledge got involved in something in the system that copped him more time. The last I heard, he was released from prison as an adult in his early 20s. But pretty fucked, right?
I mean, ultimately it makes sense, though. The older one would probably be the ringleader anyhow. So it makes sense for him to get the harsher penalty.
I mean, I don't know if anything about what happened made sense all the way to the end. You
Well,
know what I mean?
meant, like, the penalty.
Yeah, maybe.
Like, I mean, it'd be weird to charge.
If that was true, if those guys didn't switch seats and the older one drove and the younger one was in the back seat with the gun now, right? I don't know. See, there's no way for me to know that. But if I had said that on stage or on stand, those dudes might have walked or might have gotten a way lesser sentence, right? So I went with my gut. The taller one, they made them say, "Break yourself, motherfucker," in court, which was funny because that's the first thing that the gunman said to me, the gun holder. And they made both of them say it, and the voice was what I remembered on the older one that was taller. So it's not like I feel like I labeled the wrong guy, but it's like, is it really justice to make a kid say he's sure when he's not?
Yeah, like, I think that you don't really have doubt that it was ultimately right. You just felt weird that it went down the way it did with being told.
Also, I'm shocked that, well, they wanted that identification because it was the middle of the night. I was a child. I was scared shitless. They wanted to send me home to my dad, but they didn't want to have to drag me back to the prison to identify these guys. They just wanted to get my statement that night. And so
I feel like everything was ultimately in good faith.
Yeah. As good faith as the cops can be, maybe. I don't know, man.
I don't think they meant
I was a child.
harm.
My mom was bewildered. She was the only one, by the way, that came with me to this to support me. So I love her forever for that because I couldn't have faced that by myself without her. But it was very hard. Her memory of it is awful because she had to sit in the courtroom with their families. And their families weren't allowed to have outbursts and shit, but they daggered her because they knew she was my mother. And when I named the guy, the older guy, as the guy that had the gun, he had an outburst and got chastised. He said, "Fucking fuck you, come on, man. That's bullshit." And so I was just like, it was fucked, bro. It was fucked. And it's like, so like the questions people ask me about this, just to field some of them, and then I'll go to the chat, right? Because I'm sorry I've ignored you guys, but this is a tough story to tell stop and go. I have to kind of let it happen. So it's happened now. There's one more little joke I used to append at the end of it. I'll give you guys that. I don't usually tell it anymore. I got called for a quote, because this was news, right? A young boy kidnapped, made to strip naked, dumped in a field. 2 young boys, gunmen, you know, at the helm of a wild police. This was local news, and I remember one of the local news stations called my mother and my mom coming into my room, and I was just numb. Like, I was just, like, immediately, like, I went back to my dad's that night. I went to my mom's the next day. It was that day. I was just sitting in my room with my music playing. Just, like, sitting on the edge of my bed, I remember, like this. And my mom walked in and said, Peaches, I have to ask you something. And if you say no, then that's all there is to it. And I was like, what? She was like, the newspaper people want to talk to you. It was a Fresno Bee. And they want to get a quote that they can give to the other news stations to use so they don't all have to talk to you about this. And I was wondering if you wanted to do that. And I said, I don't want my name in the paper for this. And she goes, all right, I'll tell them. So she went back, and she was gone about 3 minutes, came back in, and they said, all right, Mr. Parkey, you know, I'm sorry to hear what happened to you, blah, blah, blah. And I said, all right, well, let me just tell you what happened, okay? And I told them the story like I told you. And they quoted me in the paper. And I remember showing it to my friends, because there were friends that were, like, rightfully, like, skeptical if this happened or not. They were like, fuck off, bro, no. And I had this news article, and I was like, dude, this is me. I asked them not to name me, but that's my car, that's a picture. And they were like, fuck, right? So in the article, it said, they quoted me as saying to them, and maybe I did, I was fucking in shock the next day, probably still. But they said, quote, the young man said, quote, they tried to put me in the trunk, but I wouldn't fit. And my friends, like, they were very supportive, but one of the ways male friends are supportive at teenage is to rib each other. They were like, oh, too fat to fit in the trunk. And they knew I had big speakers. I just thought that was a funny little, like, joke from the universe that, you know, landed on me. But yeah, that's a fucking crazy story, bro. You probably won't meet 10 people in your life that have a story like that. You probably won't meet one. From what I've learned through victims advocacy and like therapy and stuff, what happened to me, the particulars of what happened to me, the psychological torture component, the gun, the kidnapping, the nakedness, and the fucking subsequent like struggle to get to safety, like that doesn't happen to people, right? And so finding people to help me with that, it took me a lot of years. I really didn't start getting help with it until my 30s. Like, not in a real substantive way. There was some mitigation therapy that was done that was helpful, but not like broad enough. You know, there was some like victims advocacy money that my parents got for just for me to seek a certain amount of medical treatments, like psychological treatment. Because I was diagnosed very quickly with PTSD. I would have intrusive thoughts. I couldn't go outside at night for a while. It was fucked. I couldn't drive at night for a while after that. And then for a long time after that, if a black person were to like walk by my car, and this is fucked up, but I'll just admit it. This is how racial bias is created in some people. I know it's fucked up. But if a black person were to walk by my car and I was parked somewhere at night, I would have a full-blown panic attack, right? So it took me years of therapy to like process that. And I didn't really start in earnest until fucking 15 years after it happened. Pretty fucked, man.
Do you hold any resentment towards the house that you went to for help for not letting you in?
No. People ask me that. I don't blame them. Tweakers were fucking super common in my area, and you don't want to open your door to a tweaker because they might like, they got what we used to call back in the day before, in a less PC age, recharge strength. If they're tweaking and they're looking to rob you or do something to you, them being naked out in the middle of nowhere makes total sense. I think she thought I was on drugs. The cop showed up asking me about drugs.
So you feel like, you know...
She was protecting her family. I wasn't dying. You know, I was able to fucking keep myself warm. It was October, so it was cold, but you know what I mean? Like, a lot of people were like, she should have given you a blanket. I was like, the fact that she didn't shoot me and ask questions later, I'm eternally thankful for. The fact that she called the cops and helped save my life, I'm thankful for that. The way she treated me was that was part of the circumstance. It was weird. 3 a.m, big fat guy big mutton chops knocking on your door. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't look good to anybody from any angle. So I don't blame her for protecting her family and her property in the way that she did. And I'm thankful she didn't use lethal force on me or get crazy with me like that. I'm gonna go get a beer. You want a beer?
Sure. Bring these in.
Sure, you want another?
Stacking up. Yeah.
Yeah, if that's the easiest thing and that sounds good to you, put it on my hat. Yeah. Thank you, baby. Cricket, don't even think about it. I love you. Well, gee-haw the hee-haw. Look at me, haw. Crazy shit, right? Yeah, one of the ways that I processed it when I was younger was I focused on the funny aspects of the story. The like, ooh, I had to get naked. Oh, the newspaper said I wouldn't fit in the trunk, you know. And I focus less on that now, and I'm able to share more detail about it now than I ever have been. I think the story's pretty complete. I don't know that there's anything that I will, like, I don't think I want to go deeper than that with anybody, you know what I mean? So, yeah. I'll try asking again, why do you believe you should have sought out legal counsel? Also, just so that, like, I had a lawyer there to tell me what my rights were and show when I was as a victim. And also, how did your therapist help you deal with it? So I spent 4 years of bi-weekly visits, 1 hour every visit, 2 visits a week, 4 years. And that was average. Sometimes it was a 3-visit week. So you're like kind of like asking me like, how did all the fucking people that contributed to the Bible write the Bible, you know? And I'm not saying it's that Byzantine, but it's like a very fucking, you know, like it's a long process and it wasn't just that trauma that I was processing either. I was mentally ill and diagnosed as such prior to this happening. When I was 13 years old, I was diagnosed with generalized anxiety disorder and major depressive disorder, which like both still remain my main diagnoses today. You know, I don't know if they're like right because they were diagnoses at a time where I think doctors knew less about the variants and different disorders, but I've always rocked with them because it seems about right. I think the twin problems in my life have always been like a dance between depressiveness and anxiety. And, you know, I've had people say like manic depression or bipolar disorder, maybe. I don't like self-diagnosis though. I don't feel like I have wild, unpredictable swings in mood, but that's not necessarily a hallmark of bipolar disorder. It's the categorization of your highs and your lows, right?
Well, I think ultimately just looking at the antidepressant alone helped you and didn't put you into a manic tailspin.
Right.
Of precludes.
Well, it didn't, like, I don't feel like it didn't hurt. I mean, and it has side effects that are pretty fucking invasive, but it has helped me. It has presided over a time in my life where I've slowly but surely stabilized mentally. Like,
'Cause the thing with me is I got almost immediately worse being put on an antidepressant alone.
well, that has happened to me though with other antidepressants. Like, I've been on the whole fucking gamut. I've forgotten half of the antidepressants I've been prescribed. And there were ones where I would pop it, and it was almost like after taking it, because they would tell me, like, oh, it's going to take 2 weeks to get in your system. But I would take one dose, and I would feel awful immediately, and it would just not stop.
Well, not awful. Like, it triggered a mixed thing.
Well, I had panic attacks. Like, some of them triggered more panic attacks than I was normally having.
Well, that's not the same as triggering a manic episode.
Okay,
though.
Sure, fair enough. Like, a manic episode is a panic. Well, it's somebody dealing with a panic attack by being hyper vigilant and hyper active, right?
Well, I mean, it's
Well, help me. Like, no, I don't understand it. Maybe.
like, for me, it was like more energy, but too much, and me pushing myself too hard to where I broke
Setting
down.
expectations for yourself too high.
Well, like, I was working,
Mm-hmm.
and it was like
Also in school.
overtime. No, not
Okay.
yet. Overtime, volunteering for overtime, and then burning out.
Okay, but then when you come back, maybe doing it again.
Well, I wasn't on it long enough to do a full, like, multiple cycles. It was like a month after I started or something.
What do you remember which one it was?
It was Prozac.
Prozac. See, I felt like shit on Prozac too. Prozac was the first drug they put me on at 13, and I remember my doctor telling me the FDA just cleared us to prescribe this to people under the age of 15 or 16 or whatever it was. Like, it was not a childhood drug at that time, and it was one of the very first widely available antidepressants, and I felt like shit on that. It fucked up my whole day. It made me feel like I had a wet blanket over my head.
Well, that's not the same as triggering a manic episode.
Yeah, you're right. I'm just saying. Yeah. Same drug, different reactions. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I don't think like, people have tried to diagnose me. I'm like, I know they don't use manic depression anymore, but I do vacillate between really high highs and pretty low lows. It's just a slow vacillation, right? It's like a boomerang or like a pendulum.
Well,
right?
there's cyclothymia. That's like the mildest version of something bipolar.
Yeah, see, I wouldn't have that type of diagnosis right now. They would have called it manic depression if I was diagnosed back in the day. I was just diagnosed as anxiety ridden, which I was, filled with like intrusive thoughts too, like hyper intrusive thoughts, where it's like I got caught in the loop of don't think about that. Yeah, like, try that, you know. My therapist told me, don't think about a fuzzy purple football. And of course, in your mind, you picture a fucking stuffed football. He goes, what did you think about? A football, purple one. So how does that work? Telling yourself, don't think about this over and over again is a form of thinking about it, isn't it? Like, yeah. You know, so I had to learn these, like, coping mechanisms were part of my problem. But yeah, by the time I was 14, I'd had multiple like lockdown anxiety responses where it's like I like basically just I don't know how to explain it, like went semi-catatonic, like disassociated super hard because I'd been so racked with anxiety for multiple days.
And I'm not saying that's the only like possible indication. Like, I'm not a doctor either, but that's just, I feel like you would have had a different kind of reaction to any depression.
Oh, I shit on self-diagnosis all the fucking time.
Yeah.
I've been to other professionals that have run with that diagnosis based on their fucking observations of me. So it's not like a floating in the wind diagnosis. I think it's pretty rock solid. Maybe there's some confluence of those that I have that hasn't been properly diagnosed, that maybe has been linked in the intervening years that hasn't been looked at. But I'm number one, I'm not unbiased enough to make that call about myself, even if I was self-taught. I did study a lot of psychology and psychiatry. It was my field of choice the last time I went to school, and I went harder the last time than I ever have. You know, but that doesn't make me no fucking doctor or expert or diagnostician. So I don't do that to myself, and I hate it when people do it to themselves. You get a diagnosis from a fucking professional.
For me, bipolar was a blindside. It wasn't something I'd ever thought about before.
Sure, I think it is for most people, probably, right? Maybe some people think like, oh, because maybe they've got a family member that was like diagnosed. Did you
My mom was diagnosed years after me.
See, so you had no like family member who had a known diagnosis. You had no, you know, it was the same way with me. It was like depression. My mom was like, what? That was like a weird thing to even say in the 90s, you know? Like anxiety? What are you, that was it wasn't like bad natured, but that was my parents' response to that. It was like, anxiety? What has he got to worry about? That's not what anxiety is.
Yeah. I mean, my mom was supportive because she, like besides one diagnosis changing a little bit, the anxiety and stuff was already there. So she understood that from me.
Yeah. My parents were understanding as they could be, but it was just a different time,
But she put me in therapy young.
My parents tried it, but they were my parents were always very chill about one thing, but maybe they should have been harder about the therapy. If I said, I don't like going there, Mom, or I don't like going there, Dad, it doesn't make me feel good, I don't think it's helping, they weren't going to be, like, forcing me.
Well, yeah, that's what I did, too, to my mom.
Yeah.
I said I didn't want to do it anymore, and I didn't.
So it took me being an adult going, like, it has to hurt for it to heal. You have to learn some fucking hard lessons sometimes for me to get the thing that I needed. Now, my particular thing, even though I got this help, my mental health is still very tenuous, right? I know it's a battle, and I have to be proactive about that battle. And because like, and maybe some of the people watching tonight don't know, but like people that watch me know, for the last couple of years before 2024, I was not in a good place. It showed in my content, but it really showed in my personal life. I was sick all the time. I felt like I had no energy. Part of that was sleep apnea. Part of that was long COVID. And part of it was unchecked and rampant anxiety as a coping mechanism for everything in my life. And this has happened to me before, and I hate to say it, might happen to me again. Although now I have tools. I was able to cope better with it this round, even if this round was worse than previous rounds, than I would have if I didn't have therapy. Part of therapy helped me to talk about it. Talking about it helped me talk to Amelia about it, and Amelia knew some really good coping mechanisms that I use to this day to help me.
That I learned from my respective
therapists. So you see?
Which is funny because all of the ones that I've taught you don't help me at all.
Yeah, that's funny, right? It just shows we have a different diagnosis. We just do. Whatever it is, it's got to be probably different. Because we experience some of the same kind of problems sometimes, but very differently. It's a very deep thing. Oh yeah, long COVID sucks, bro. Yeah. I love my mom, but she's a super boomer. Lots of people don't want to work anymore. What do you have to worry about? And pull up yourself by your bootstrap. Well, yeah, my parents are kind of that way too. They're blue collar people and they're simple folks. I'm not saying they're simple stupid. I'm saying they're simple in terms of their worldview and their application of it, right? They look at themselves and their neighbors and their family as their reach. And they don't have this like social media mindset that we're all changing the fucking world, man. You know, like that's not them.
Although I
And
do feel like some people get sucked into it too much, and they're like, "Well, I'm depressed, so don't tell me to get up." But even though, like, part of battling depression is forcing yourself to get up.
yeah, I mean, but it is hard when somebody's just harping on you.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm not saying it's
Yeah.
like from the wrong place, but I feel like sometimes people push back against it too much. It's like, don't tell me to do nothing.
You have to take an active participation in your own mental health. You can't be carried through it.
Yeah.
You know what leads me to that? There's this episode, it just flashed in my head, of that My 600-Pound Life that I was obsessed with for a while, where there's this dude, he's fat as the fucking moon, he's huge. He's got edema on his legs, so his legs are just big rolls, and like he can't walk. He's to be wheeled around. He's got this enabler father that's just like feeding him burgers and pizza and letting him order shit. And he needs help, like mentally, right? And so in that show, they do all this shit where that like the doctor's like, I'm not going to do this surgery on you until you get mental health treatment and you lose 40 pounds or whatever the fuck. So he does this to this guy, and this dude clearly like needed that mental help, and he also his father needed it because he made the father go because he was like, you are an enabler, you need to go too. And the father just defended himself. The son denied it, and then they both said we'll change, and he started working towards the surgery. They went to extraordinary measures for this particular guy. Usually, like, they force these families to like confront the economics of it. They're like, we'll do the surgery for the show, but you're gonna have to live here because you have to come to check in with this doctor before and after. And usually they leave it on the family to figure that out. And this one, they got him a fucking apartment. It went to shit. He was immediately ordering stuff. When they cut off his fucking phone lines, his dad helped him get a fucking cell phone. And then his dad eventually started ordering the shit for him and bringing it to him. It was just right back. And it was just like, that person so desperately needed, but was so resistant to therapy. And his father was too, right? Those are people that needed that so bad to break that horrible, unhealthy dynamic that they had. And it just ruined his life pretty much. I think he died, of course, like a big person like that would. And yeah, might have lived. Maybe he didn't die, I don't know. But wasn't the guy constantly tied to a tablet? Oh, he was always on the phone, always playing video games. He was big and fat, so he's like, his legs would be like splayed out under him, and what looked really uncomfortable, but because he was so big, it was comfortable for him. His whole lard would be like laid on the bed in front of him, so like it was bearing the weight, and then he would just be playing video games all day.
Is that the one you guys used for the meat thumbnail?
Yes, that guy. No, different guy.
No,
Different guy. That guy was on a different show, or he might have been no, I know which one you're talking about. He wasn't a ginger guy. This guy was like Italian looking, like Greek or Italian or something. I can't remember. He had like a last name that was either Italian or Greek. It was one of those two. I can't remember. But yeah, he was an ultra fucking like, dude. It was crazy. They had to have a trailer retrofit to carry him because they couldn't afford the bariatric ambulance. He needed one of those ambulances. It's basically like a livestock truck, and they couldn't afford it. And the doctor put their foot down about that. We helped you get an apartment. We're helping that. You have to get here. We can't do everything for you. And they got a trailer. They put a bed on it. They hired nurses to go with him. He broke the fucking trailer. He was so huge. It was a small trailer meant for like cargo. It broke the axle on the trailer. They had to get a new trailer. The whole time, like, it was a long drive. He lived up in Washington State, I think, if I remember. And he had to go all the way down to Texas to get this surgery. And the whole time, every 20 minutes, he's like, I want to pull over and get food. And his dad was making the dude pull over and get him food every fucking hour. It's like a big, giant Jack-in-the-Box meal. And if he didn't get it, he was screaming at the nurse that was supposed to watch over him and keep him stable. The fucking trailer breaks down. This kid had everybody in the world trying to help him. But it just goes to show you, man. You have to take the step in your own defense. You could have the whole fucking planet trying to prop you up. And if you're not willing to take that one step, you're never going to get fucking better. Ever. Some of the really big guys have maggots. I mean, yeah, dude, it's gross. I was watching that at a time when my anxiety was like huge, and I'll tell you exactly why I was watching it. I was watching it because I was like, at least I'm not that fat. At least I'm fucking clean and I can get my own shit. I can walk and I can shit and wipe myself and clean myself, and like, I'm big, I'm fucking overweight, but I'm not that. It was like literal catharsis.
Well, I think that's why most people watch shows like that.
You're probably right, but it's just like, I'll admit it, bro. It was all about, I feel awful, but here's a fucking person that's in way better shape than, or way worse than me, and they're getting a surgery to get it done, and some of them are like, it's not helping because they're just so fat, they just keep eating. It's like, I'm not that. It was all that. It was the same thing with that, because right around that same time, I was also obsessed with 90 Day Fiancé. It's just filled with naive people. One of them is scamming the other one. It's clear pretty much from the jump who that is. It's typically the foreign person scamming an American. If it isn't, the American is so unlovable and crazy that the foreign person can't get close to them. It's like one of those shows where it's like, look how fucked up their interpersonal situation is. Mine's great. I love my wife. We don't fight. We don't argue. We get along. It's harmony, basically, compared to this, right? So it's just rooted in this need to, like, compare myself against some other scumbag that's scummier than me. Stuff like that scared me skinny. I lost 100 pounds. It didn't do that for me. I started losing weight just because I started feeling better. And I started eating better.
Well, you started moving towards eating better before the CPAP.
That was that conversation.
Yeah.
That we had about my food fucking hang-ups. Finally getting that out of me into the public. Like, not public, but getting it out of me, having you to bounce it off of, changed my whole perspective on it. Hoarders was another one. I was watching episodes of that, going like, fuck, man. I will never be this bad, so I guess I'm doing okay. That's a fucked up reason to watch that kind of stuff. But I think Amelia's right. I think it's the reason why a lot of people watch that shit.
Well, everyone's got shit.
Yeah.
Like, I'm bad because I'm a disappointment. I'm fucking...
Or I acted like an asshole, or I got this problem that I don't want to address because I like the things that I'm doing that are making the problem. People have this shit all up. Like, everybody's got skeletons in their closets and shit. Nobody wants fucking public scrutiny of those skeletons. And in order to live in a society where public scrutiny of your skeletons is now the norm, and the anxiety that must heap on people, right? They've dealt with it in various ways. It's like, let me make a whole show about how fat these people are and how unrepentantly fat they are. Let me make a show about how fucking criminal these people are and how they just can't get it. Let's do cops. Let's do this. It makes people look at it and they go like, fuck. As fucked up as I feel like my life is, bro, I'm not on 600-pound life. I'm not on 1,200-pound sisters.
It's the same with like those channels that are like, oh, we're gonna expose all the drama about this person.
Right. I'm not Destiny. I'm not Onision. I'm not Boogie 2988. Yeah. I'm not, I don't want to go through the fucking list. I'm not a lol cow. Yeah. So at the very least, I'm not a lol cow, right? Like, I may be fucked up. My shit may be fucked up. My money may be fucked up. My family may be twisted up. I may be personally twisted up with drugs or violence or whatever the fuck is going on in my life. But Boogie lied about cancer. So, what the fuck, bro? What a scum fuck. Right? Like, give me a break. Honey Boo Boo Child, yeah. Yeah.
The whole cancel culture thing, too, do you think it's a lot of projection people do?
Yeah. Sometimes. I mean, I agree with a lot of what people... I don't like the term cancel culture. It's like, this is a time of accountability. And people are using that like a bludgeon sometimes. Asking people to stand accountable for shit they said fucking 30 years ago. The people that have clearly changed their tact. The 90s were an edgier time, and holding people accountable for using faggot in the 90s or something is pretty retarded. Retarded as well. Using that word as somebody from the 80s and 90s, it's pretty retarded to think that that makes a bad person, right? So like getting canceled for that, I think is stupid, but most people aren't. I haven't heard anybody getting canceled for saying the R slur. Maybe if I worked in the government or like old media or PR for some company. But like my
Do you
chances
think that's
of...
why people
Oh, go ahead.
is so ascendant?
Because people are sick of the language games and shit.
Well, that and just like the marveling about someone that's so bigger than life, the reality TV thing.
Possibly, yeah. I mean,
Because he was a big part of the reality thing, not the.
he was kind of a
humiliation.
joke, though. Like, he was the boss, but he looked ridiculous. We made fun of his hair. We made fun of his "you're fired" demeanor, his weirdness. Like, it was a weird show. And
But the whole reality landscape, I feel like, desensitized people to that.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't making a complete ass of himself every day. He was doing that to the contestants.
Yeah.
But he wasn't like seen as some big shot guy on that show. He was made fun of pretty mercilessly for his looks and his mannerisms and shit. In the same way he is now. I don't think he'll ever escape that. He's nothing if not genuine, though. The guy, I've seen the guy over the years. He is who he is.
I feel like no one's talking about his orangeness because Biden was getting equally orange.
Dude, I was pointing that out, dude, on a fucking desktop stream I was doing, dude. Orange Man is back, bro. Because Biden can't look old anymore. No liver spots. No paleness. None of that.
The Orange Man bludgeon is gone now.
Oh yeah, they can't say Orange Man anymore because Biden is orange now.
Yeah.
When we see him in public, at least, he's very orange. They've toned it down a little bit, and so is Biden. So is Trump, though.
Yeah. The first orange was John Boehner. Remember him?
Oh my God, we used to make fun of Boehner all the time. He used to cry too.
Yeah.
You know what the sad thing is? We used to make fun of John Boehner, but you know what? At least he cared. He would cry about, you know, kids, abortion, crime. That was his shtick. He was the dude that would break down during an impassioned speech on the floor. And he retired way before people thought he was going to retire. Like, he was going to be like a big Republican figure, and he just didn't have the heart for it anymore, is what he said. And, you know, good on him for that. He was more genuine as a politician, even though he was a fucking hardcore family values Republican. I consider him to be a more genuine politician for that than anybody that I can fucking name off the top of my head now. They're all two-faced fucking pieces of shit. AOC throwing her fucking weight around for Biden. Get over it. He's the nominee. Like, what a girl boss. Shut up, bitch.
It's funny how, like, you reflect on that kind of stuff differently now.
Mm-hmm. True.
Who was someone else that you, like, mercilessly made fun of that you think, you know what, at least they weren't that bad in retrospect?
Mercilessly made fun of. Oh, like Rush Limbaugh is one, right? Like, I used to listen to him when I was a kid, and he was legit entertaining as a radio guy. Say what you want about his fucking politics. I ain't fucking signing on to any of that. I was in big opposition to him once I hit my teens. But he was still fun to listen to. And the guy knew how to work a crowd. He had a great voice. And, you know, I spent a lot of time shitting on him and making fun of him for his stupid fucking right-wing shit. But ultimately, like, I kind of respected the guy. When he died, it was hard for me to see people reveling in his cancer and shit. Because it's like, man, I don't know. I've lost people to cancer. So it's hard for me to revel in cancer. You know? no matter who it is. But I didn't really see Rush Limbaugh as like the worst enemy in the world, especially at the time he died. He was kind of like an old guy from an old type of media that wasn't anywhere near as influential as it used to be. And I liked him, even though I hated him. El Rushbo, coming to you from the EIB studios, speaking into the EIB golden microphone.
Oh, I should probably throw the pizza in. I
Oh.
like went to turn to preheat it. And
I just love our
got
talk.
distracted.
Thank you for talking to me tonight.
Yeah. Oh, I will do that.
Yeah, I know.
Put it in, and then
Yeah, set a little timer for yourself so you don't burn it. Yeah, they're pent up and frustrated, and like the anonymity of the internet lets people say like, I'm glad Rush is dead, but it's not like their friends that see that or their coworkers. It's like Catboy 2872, you know. Only the people that are also fucked up know that one. But your boss doesn't know you're Catboy 2078 too, you know. Yeah, Billo. I don't know, man. Billo, he's kind of the same, but I shit on him way harder than I would shit on El Rushbo, bro. Billo was like, he's a douchebag, bro, and he's still around, still doing it. Fuck him. Fuck Billo. He's not a tenth of the entertainer that Rush was, so fuck him. He was wrong and unentertaining and whiny and bitchy and fucking salty as all get out, man. His whole shtick was like bringing people on his show and then shouting over them and not letting them get a word in edgewise and then claiming victory, you know, like, whatever, bitch. I'm drinking too. Cool. I don't know if I'll have time though. I'll probably have one more beer before my fucking phone dies. So yeah, man, I'm not really drinking, but I got a good little like couple beer buzz going on. That's not bad. I feel mellow like I wanted to with the summer night, you know. Feels very nice. Would be an interesting gauntlet.
the shredded cheese when you make the quesadillas?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so I'll just do the jalapenos without cheese on top of them.
Yeah, that's fine. It'll be fine, baby. Yeah. Crossfaded a little bit, yeah. Well, a lot of it. Well, a lot of it on the weed side, a little bit on the alcohol side. Michael Savage. I remember him, but not fondly. I haven't been like a talk radio hound in a long time, bro. I was very, very talk radio heavy in the 90s and earlier 2000, like the 2010s. But since like YouTube times, like 2007 and up, I really kind of started to listen to way less radio. Started watching more vloggers and online content creators and weird people, and like, you know, that supplanted my news hound kind of thing. Although I used to listen to Rush for a long time, even after into my 20s. You were an asshole while drunk. Well, don't let my drinking trigger you into a fucking episode, alright? Go watch something else. Because, like, don't be an asshole, man. I'm not an asshole drunk, so I don't have to worry about it. Like I said, I'm a lovey-dovey drunk. The more beers I have, the more I'm going to love everyone, you know? That's not a necessarily bad thing. I just don't do it all the time. Yeah, Mark Levin, that fucking little weasel. Mark Levin, leader of the revolution, coming at you from the bunker below Saskatchewan, or whatever the fuck it was. I can't remember where he's fucking from. Fuck him, dude. Yeah, he sucked. I always hated when he was on, when I expected Rush. I wanted to turn into a right-wing talk radio station and get Rush or somebody at least that was a showman. And I'd get Mark Levin. I was like, and we're all chilling. I want to tell you guys another story tonight, because it's been a good story night, man. I told you guys some big fucking heavy stories. But I don't know what to tell you. Trying to think. The burger story is great. You know, me feeding a burger the hard way to my sister. That's a great story, man. I've told that story like 90 times. Publicly, like on this channel, probably fucking 8 times. So I love that story, but I can't do that one right now. I'm trying to think of like a high school story that I haven't shared because, you know, that's lighthearted shit because it's just high school drama shit. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I talked about that recently too. What do I got, man? I mean, just like drama from like Magic the Gathering is coming into my mind, bro. Magic the Gathering was so wild in the old days. Stoner mischief. I mean, we weren't super mischievous because we didn't want heat. Like, we didn't want the cops like busting us for fucking graffiti or whatever. But we did used to run from the cops quite a bit, or just like duck the cops quite a bit, being stoners that wanted to be out in the park smoking and playing our guitars and skating and shit. But not like, I mean, I remember like there's this place we used to call it the Bowl. It's still there. It's in a park, Lions Park in Madera, California, and it still exists. But like we used to go down in there because it was like not super visible from the street level. You could be down in there. You could bring a blanket, bring a bunch of booze and a bunch of weed, and just kind of like fuck around out there. And it's not close to anybody's house, but it's safe. You know, back in the day, like homelessness wasn't a super big problem, at least not in the area we were in. So we didn't have to worry about like weirdos being out there. And we would drink, and like the cops knew it. They would patrol the area and spotlight it. And we would duck them, move to another area. We used to call it the Crick. It was like right by a creek. It's a bridge that we could kind of like huddle up next to, and then the cops would shine their light on that. Sometimes they'd send a foot patrol guy in, but he's a big fat cop, so we'd all just like scatter, you know, and he'd try and chase one of us, but, you know, he'd never get anybody. And then he'd give up, yell at us like, "Go home, you little bastards," or some shit. And we would fucking meet up at an agreed upon location, and we'd be back in there. Like, I remember there's one night we got ran off by a cop. There was a cop that just wouldn't give up. He was like Johnny Donut that night, and he was gonna get his donut, right? He was spotlighting us in the Bowl, and we're like, fuck, we gotta move. So after he fucking drove away, we moved to the fucking bridge, but he knew our fucking little path, and so he drove around and went to the bridge, spotlighted us there. We're like, fuck. And then he got out of his car and was like coming over the bridge, and we're like, oh fuck. All right, so we left. We went to this field across the street. Still an empty field to this day. I don't know why it is. It's crazy that it is, but it still is. We went across there. We had this like meeting spot. It was like this old tire that was out there that we would sit on and smoke. And like sometimes we could start a fire out there if it was like winter. But we didn't use it because it was kind of visible from the street, but nobody cared. But yeah, we went there. We met at the tire. And then like that cop left thinking he won, and then we went right back to the Bowl, and he came back and chased us again. So like that was twice that night. And then we went to the tire. We were like, let's just go to Gans, dude. So we went to Morgan's house and fucking smoked up and went home. Because that fat fucking donut muncher was just not gonna let us chill. But like that's not like, to me, that's not even story worthy shit. That's just like teenage shenanigans. You know? That was typical teenage boy behavior when I was a boy. I don't know if that's like weird now. Pathological liar story. I don't know. Yeah, I talked about that recently though, man. That's another big one from high school. There's this kid. There was a crazy fucking like gay kind of drama. There was a guy that I knew, and he was a cool guy. And there was another guy that I knew, not as well. He was older than me, so he was graduating like the year that the second year I knew him, he graduated. So he was a senior when I was a sophomore. But he was in drama. We were both in, all of these peak dudes were in drama. And there was this guy that was very like brolic, but only if you didn't know him and you came at him the wrong way. If you knew him, he was a really chill guy. I used to hang with him all the time. Like, incidentally ended up being my weed dealer for a while, but that's neither here nor there, right? For a long time, actually. In my teens and early 20s, that was my dude. And There was this shit that went down, man. Okay, so the one guy that I was talking about that I didn't know as well, that was older than me, he was flamboyantly gay. Well, as flamboyantly gay as you were allowed to be in the 90s. So he wasn't like a dude that would be like, I'm gay. But he was pretty effeminate and pretty open with it, especially in theater, because it was a pretty non-judgmental environment. And I remember one of the cool things about my high school experience was like I got to do what I loved, which is theater. And I got to travel doing it. Like we competed all over the state. My school, despite the fact that it's in a little cow town, was actually like known as a theater school in the state, and we used to win big competitions. Like we were a fucking menace, bro. Like I've got like some crazy high school level competitions and college level competitions under my belt. Like this area that I grew up in, despite being a little fucking right-wing farm town, is known for theater, or at least used to be. And as a result of that, as a kid in high school, I got to travel a lot of like overnight, like week-long trips and shit, where I'd miss school, I'd be in some other place like Amador, California, and I'd be competing in a Shakespeare competition in Amador, right? That was huge. Now you win that, you know, that's a fucking huge feather in your cap as a kid, right? And for college, like all of that shit, right? I won medals. I'm not trying to brag it up. It's just like me and my group, we were hot as fuck, bro. Let me tell you guys a story about that. This is an aside, all right? There was this competition. I'm trying to remember the name of it. It's not Amador. There's a really prestigious state level, it's actually national level, the Shakespeare competition that happens in California. It's a big deal for high school kids that are trying to get into theater schools. They want to win there on their resume. I'm trying to remember the name of it. It's not Amador. I'm not going to be able to remember it. But, so my freshman year, we went there. We did a scene my freshman year from Twelfth Night, or As You Like It. I played Sir Toby Belch. We swept. We got the gold medal. That was the highest, like the multi-person long form scene. So it was half an hour scene, is the biggest feather in your cap as a kid. That's in California looking to get into theater school. It's a beautiful thing to have on one of those on your resume. I won my first one freshman year. Okay? So I got that feather in my cap. Sophomore year, we did a scene from The Tempest. I played Caliban. My friend Morgan and Rodney, I can't remember the names of the guys. It's been so long since I've read Shakespeare. I need to get back into Shakespeare. It's been too long. I'm starting to forget principal characters and shit, and like start to crossover plays. But I did a long form 30-minute 3-man scene where I played Caliban in The Tempest. We won. We swept it that year. I won best scene, best monologue. I had two gold medals off of that appearance. The third year, we showed up with, I'm trying to remember the scene we did the third year. I put it out of my mind because it was such a fucking disappointing thing. We did another scene from Twelfth Night, the third year. It was a different scene than we did. We worked a different scene. I played the same role. I reprised my role. To get 3 of these in your hat would be, it's still unheard of in the state of California for one person to have 3 of these gold medals going into, it would have been huge. We showed up, we competed. Instead of announcing, they said, folks, we're going to take a 15-minute intermission, and somebody came and got our teacher. Mrs. Ginger Latimer was her name. She's fucking great. They got our teacher and said, we need to talk to you. And they pulled her aside. So this was at the award ceremony where they announced the big winners, and we got to best scene, which is the big feather, right? It's a big giant scene, right? They pull her in. They go, she comes back to us. She's like shaking her head. She goes, kids, I don't know what to tell you, other than to tell you that they had to invent a rule because you're too good. And we were like, what? She goes, they invented a rule because people have complained from other schools that we've won 2 years in a row, and they wanted to award you the award tonight, but people on the board complained that Madera High School has won too many years in a row and the other kids are going to get discouraged. So they're going to give you a special participation reigning champion award, and now you're not, now from now on in the competition, and to this day it's still the same, you get 2 wins in a row as a school, and then you get a champion's performance where you can't compete. It's fucked, bro. They robbed us. They robbed us. Straight out fucking robbed us blind, bro. They couldn't possibly give it to anybody else because we were the best people on the stage. But they invented a rule and gave us a participation trophy so that another kid could win. Another school could win, so the schools that weren't as good as us didn't get discouraged. Pussy shit, bro. Bro needs sleep. Yeah, maybe I do, bro. Maybe you're right. I am pretty stoned and a little bit drunk. That might be coloring, but maybe I do need sleep eventually. Eventually sleep will be good. Speaking of drinking, I'm gonna go get another beer, and then this will probably be over by the time I finish that. We were pissed but vindicated because they had to say it. My teacher insisted that before they announced the winner, that they announce why we're not the winner. It was great. So we felt vindicated as fuck, and to this day, that fucking Madera rule exists. Isn't that great? That hug quotient needs to be high. Woo! Alright. Excuse me. Beer burps. Final beer of the night. I missed the convo, joined late, but I hope all is well. Yeah, no, everything's fine, man. Told a lot of cool stories tonight. That's always fun to me, and one of my great joys in life is telling stories to people. The act of doing it, not necessarily the reception of them. People don't understand that about me. It's like the performance, like getting claps at the end of a performance, or people telling you, good job, bro. That feels great. I'm not going to lie to you. But I pursue the moment. Like I pursue the performance. Being in the moment. Being in the story. That's what I live for. So, would you mind telling one more with your beer? It'd have to be a quick one. I just don't know which one to tell, man. I don't know, man. I don't know if I want one more, man. I just want to wind down, bro. My brain is fucking a little cooked. I'm a little crossfaded. Oh, well, here's a quick one. It doesn't require much. My first real girlfriend, we were, so I'd met her, whatever, I'm not going to go through the whole meeting. She was my first girlfriend. She was a couple years older than me. My first real girlfriend. Oh, okay, so not my first girlfriend. Scratch this. See, this is why I didn't want to tell another story, but this is a quick one. The girl I lost my virginity to in my first real relationship as an adult. I lost my virginity at 18 to her. She was 22. She was my senior by quite a few years, or whatever, but that didn't matter. Whatever, I was fucking her. We were in a committed monogamous, I thought, on my end, monogamous relationship. and we got in some fight. I don't even remember what it was about, right? And I'd watched this movie. Have you guys seen Jerry Maguire? See, I'm stupid, bro. Well, at least I was way more stupid when I was young. You guys seen the movie Jerry Maguire? There's a line in that movie. It's got Cuba Gooding Jr. and Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise plays like a sports agent, and Cuba is like a receiver, a quarterback, or something. I can't remember. But he's like, whatever. That's the movie, right? Show Me the Money is the big, right? Was she related to you, bro? Come on, bro. You're giving me shit, bro, but you love my Modelo. Anyway. We're in a fight. I can't even remember what it was about. It was some stupid shit. I'm not gonna make something up. It was some stupid shit. And I was all busted up because she was giving me the cold shoulder. We were at a party. And I was sitting out in back doing my sulky, glum thing, right? She was off in the party, having fun. Probably getting fucked. Not to be mean to her, but this is a relationship that turned out to be very fucking, like, there was a lot of infidelity on one side of it. Okay, let's just put it that way. Not to shit talk her. Part of my journey has been forgiving the people who have done me wrong. I don't hold her to what she did when she was a young woman, okay? She's fucking fine now, it's fine. But I'm just saying, she was very much promiscuous while we were together, and we were very much had the understanding that we were monogamous. So she was sneaking around. Cheating is a word that would be used, right? But I didn't know that at this time. It was very early on in our relationship. This is before I moved to Arizona after high school. So very early on in our relationship. We're at a party. I'm being glum, sitting on the back porch, smoking weed, smoking cigarettes, and being glum. She comes out. It's just me and her. She goes, why don't you ever listen to me? And I was like, I'm sorry if you feel like I don't. And look, in her defense, this is something that other women that I've been with have told me, is that I'm not, at least in the past, right? I think I'm better now, but, Amelia's not here to back me up or gainsay me. Yeah, no, I think I'm better at listening now, but I used to maybe not, listen very well, maybe. So it was probably a valid critique. I do remember it being about listening, now that I think about it. She said, why don't you listen to me? And I said, listen, I'm sorry for that. She said, no. It's not about being sorry, though. Just listen. And I said, it's hard for me to listen. I just love you so much. And she said, what do you mean? And I looked her right in the eye. And I said, you complete me. And she was like, did you just Jerry Maguire me? And I was like, fuck. She's seen it. I was like, oh yeah. No, I didn't mean it that way though. I was just said it, and maybe I got it from that, but it was subconscious. I was like, fuck, man. She laughed it off. She thought it was cute. But yeah. You know what I'm talking about? You get my drift? Are you picking up what I'm putting down? I tried to riz her with a line from a movie I'd watched, and I didn't know she'd seen yet. Ooh. That's a tough one. That's a hard one to learn for a kid that's like into performance. It's like, you can perform, but only so much. You have to watch that performance. Swing and a miss. Yeah, I guess it wasn't that bad of a miss, because she stayed with me for another 3 years after that. It was longer. It was 4 years. So it was pretty crazy. Yeah, that was a pretty fucked up relationship on both sides, bro. I'm not trying to blame her, but the infidelity was one part of it. We didn't communicate well. Not to be trite about it, but it just wasn't good communication. It wasn't this, it wasn't that. Both sides. And I forgive. I don't forget, but I forgive. Her being a young woman. I was a young man. I was probably stupid too. But there was some crazy shit in that relationship. She actually, this is crazy. She physically abused me. It's like it took me a long time to understand that she physically and psychologically abused me. But that relationship, being my first committed sexual relationship as an adult man, was very formative, and I didn't realize it at the time, but she was kind of fucked up. She would dig her fingernails into me in public if I was talking about something she didn't like, or being too much, too extra, or whatever you would say nowadays. She would dig her nails into me until it hurt, right? To remind me, like, don't fucking say that, right? She'd back me into corners and pinch me, like she'd grab a hold of something on me, like pinch my arm really hard, and like back me into a corner, knowing that, like, you know, you don't hit a girl, right? My now husband's brother screwed his ex-wife and had babies with her, and now he's the uncle. Oof. Well, I'll tell you how this relationship ended. It's pretty rocky, bro. So it was pretty bad. It was sexually weird. She was very psychologically abusive, and she used sex as part of that abuse. I don't think she was doing it on purpose, but it was very abusive. She had a very manipulative dynamic, and it kind of instilled me with an idea about sex that doesn't really exist. But fuck, I just lost my train of thought.
Just
Yeah,
talking about sex.
sex and oh yeah, like, yeah, I had a bad sexual dynamic with the first girl that I was with, but I didn't know it, and I don't think she did it maliciously. But anyway, we had a bad fucking dynamic all. We fought a lot, but for me that was normal because I came from a household where my parents used to scream bloody murder at themselves, at AI, or at each other, at us, and then at their respective fucking step people, except for my dad. My dad never screamed. My mom was a screamer. She would yell, scream, get in fights with my stepdad, my dad, in front of the kids. And so that to me was like, okay, well, that's what a relationship is. People say, like, a relationship is hard work. This is part of the hard work, is like yelling at each other all the fucking time, right? That was my stupid fucking kind of belief at the time anyway. She was very physically abusive, using the fact that she knew that, like, a man can't hit a woman, even if, like, you set aside the fucking, like, imbalance thing. It's like, if you defend yourself against an assault against a woman, you're probably going to go to jail.
Well, because you were probably much bigger than her.
You're bigger,
physically.
right? And so it's like she would back me into a corner. She would pinch me really hard. She would push me, get her face really close to mine, and get me to where I couldn't. Like, I would basically just be like repeating to her, like, please move. I'm uncomfortable. I want to get out of here. Please let me by. I just want to get by. I don't want to hurt you. Please let me by. And she'd be like, fuck you, motherfucker. And like, blah, blah, blah. She'd keep me there. Remember one time I told her, I was like, dude, you act like you want. She had me backed into the corner. And I said, you act like you want to hit me so bad. Why don't you just fucking hit me? And she reached back and fucking slapped me as hard as I've ever been slapped in my face. She was like, you like that? You want me to do that more? And I was like, if that's what you feel like doing, slap me again. And that started, like, her backing me up, and she wouldn't do it over and over, but she'd use it.
Mm-hmm.
It was fucked, you know. And so anyway, one day there was this girl. Her name was Jenny, not the girl I dated, but this other girl. It was a friend of this girl. Her name was Jenny. I had the feeling for a long time that she was trying to groom me into a threesome with Jenny. Mm-hmm. Jenny was bi. Jenny was pretty unabashedly, you know how somebody will flirt with somebody in a good-natured way because you're all good friends? It was a lot of that with my ex. And this Jenny girl had she had a boyfriend. I think they were poly, but there just wasn't a word for it. And it was a hard sell for me because I wasn't all that attracted. Jenny was beautiful, but it was like, it wasn't my thing. Yeah. She wasn't, I was into my girl. I liked the woman I was with. And so, like, for me, it was like pretty normal. Jenny has some drama. I'm going to go stay at her apartment for a couple of days. She broke up with so-and-so, blah, 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 right? And so that happened, and I was like, for me at that point, I was kind of like, chill. I've got 2 days to sit here in, like, my own sour stench and play video games, and nobody's going to fucking say anything about it, and I'm going to eat pizza, and I'm going to, you know, whatever. It was like boy time. She called me which sucked. Getting broken up with over the phone sucks. Called me on the phone. She was like, "Hey, did you do that gardening thing you said you were gonna do while I was gone?" And I was like, not yet. I'll do it though." I told her I was gonna fix the little garden. She was like, "Yeah, I'm tired of that stuff. I'm tired of you saying you're gonna do stuff and then you forget it." I was like, "Well, I'm sorry. I'll do it though. I'll get it done before you're back. It's not gonna take me long." She goes, "No, I won't be coming back. I'm leaving you." And I was like, "You're leaving me with a garden?" She's like, "Yep." And she hung up, right? And I was like, whatever. We'd had fights like this before, but she stuck to it. She didn't call me that whole day, put me on like D&D, wasn't picking up her phone. And then when she finally did, she said, no, we're not together anymore. I can't do it anymore. I'm sorry. Like, I've cooled down. I'm not going to be a dick to you about it, but we just can't be together. I was like, why? Very heartbroken. But it was at that point my friends started to come to me. And this is kind of a shitty thing if you think about it, that my friends didn't come to me before, maybe. Well, it's weird though. Quietness. Oh, it's coming on again. They've got like two different types of ones that come on. One's at the edge. Anyway. But like they told me like, Elowen's cheating on you, right? And I was like, dude, I don't think so. And they were like, no. They're like, bro, we've tried to come to you a bunch of times. You always shut it down. And I, thinking back on it, maybe they did. Like, we didn't want to hurt your feelings, but she's been fucking around on you. And I was like, and I hate to tell you that one of the people she's fucking around with is, and they said my best friend's name. And I was like, do we have pizza?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be in a minute.
Yeah, I just came out and let it cool and stuff.
Okay, I'll be in a minute. I'm going to wrap this up. My phone's about to die anyway. Anyway. So I found out that she had fucked my best friend while I was roadieing for a band of guys that I was friends with from across the street from me in my neighborhood. And I was out of town for like a week roadieing for them on a tour up and down the fucking coast. And she fucked my best friend like in my bed. And so yeah, dude, that was fucking wild, bro. Like, you have that happen to you, you're like, it blows your whole mind, because that was like my ace, dude, my best fucking friend, bro. Like the first dude I would call if I was in trouble. That's a Joker line too in Dark Knight. What is? Pretty fucked, man. I'm gonna finish this beer and then I'm fucking ending it. You guys got me digging up all my trauma and telling you stories. No, it's good though. Now I'll never. Now I'll know. When somebody's being untrue to me, I'll know to listen to the warning signs. And it's not always like overt. But I don't think that it would as easily happen to me. It's a learning experience. She was young. I was young. I forgive her. She forgives me. Whatever. I told my friend to fuck himself. That I'd never trust him again. I ended up reaching out to him many years later, like probably 5 or 6 years later, and kind of patching things up. But I told him, I said, look, dude, I love you because I've known you since we were in 2nd grade. But I'm never going to trust you again like I trusted you before. And if that's chill with you, we can be friends again. And we are still to this day friends. And he's still been a decent guy to me. And he was a young man. I was a young man. I forgive him. But I will never trust him as far as my eye could fucking see, And I told him that, and that's true. Once bitten, twice shy, all that shit, right? You're a good man. Forgive me for my sarcastic remarks. No worries, man. You didn't hurt no feelings. It's all good. I've been called worse. Whatever it is you said. I've been called worse, guaranteed. By myself, probably. What warning signs would you know? Spending time away from you, in things that you're not invited to, being shady about where you were at certain times of the day that you thought you were going to be home, you thought they were going to be home or something. Just little things, spending a lot of time with people from work, but you're never invited to it. Stuff like that. That's all I would say, is keep your eyes peeled on that. You're a bigger man than I am. I don't think I could forgive. Well, forgiving is part of healing, you know, and I'm not trying to be like I said, I forgave, but I didn't forget. And I told him straight out, bro, you're never going to be my best friend again. That sucks to say that to you, but it's just true. I can't trust you ever again. That's so fucked up. And he was very contrite about it. He said, dude, whatever. He said, I'm so sorry about it. And he had told me he was sorry when I confronted him about it at the beginning and told him to go fuck himself. And he maintained that. And he, you know, I just think he was a young man. I think that the girl that I was with was very promiscuous and very persuasive. And I think that's how she got me. So I think that's probably what happened to him. He should have been looking out for his bro, but he didn't. And now I don't trust him all that much. I probably never will, but that's okay, you know. That's different than hating somebody forever or whatever, you know. I have enough hate. Can I be real with you guys? Because I'm a little drunk. I got enough hate. I got plenty of hate in my heart for people, for ideas, for institutions. I don't need hate. I don't need any more. I'm working to get rid of it. TBH, I'm starting to sound like a stickler, but that does sound pretty rough. She cheated on you, but also she was the one to dump you too harsh. Well, I'm thankful to her for that, because I wouldn't have known. I think it was more about her living the lie that bothered her, right? It wasn't that I didn't fucking hoe the garden when I told her I was gonna hoe the garden. I think maybe she did me a favor, and I thought that was a kindness for her to leave me and not drag me out for another, because I would have been, I'm the type of person, man, especially at that point in my life, I would have stuck with her forever. She was my fiance at the time. Like, we were gonna get married. So it wasn't just like boyfriend, girlfriend. We've been living with each other for like 4 years at the point that this happened. It's fucked, bro. Anyway, I gotta go. I got pizza. Hold on. What did I say? I got pizza. I'm gonna go get pizza. You guys have been chill tonight. Thank you for that. Thank you for listening. Consider subscribing if you like me. I do this a lot, way more than I probably should. Have a good night. I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye.